Good evening. The September, nope, you should have been here last night. I called it January. It was like 5 million degrees and I called it January. Happy birthday, everybody. The June 24th meeting of the Evanston City Council will come to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns?
Here.
Councilmember, we're going to do a roll call here and then everyone. Okay, Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Hedakaris?
Here.
Councilmember Kelly?
Here.
Councilmember Isles?
Here.
Councilmember Newsma?
Here.
Mayor Biss?
Here.
And Councilmember Davis?
Here.
And Councilmember Harris?
Present.
And Councilmember Sufferton? Nope. Okay.
So we have a quorum present in person and are prepared to do our work for the evening. The first order of business is approval of virtual council member participation. My understanding is that both council members Davis and Harris have provided reasons consistent with the statute. Is there a motion to allow their virtual participation?
So move.
Second.
Councilmember Newsma moves approval of virtual participation by council members Harris and Davis. Councilmember Hedakaris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hedakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and council members Harris and Davis will now be on the roll for the remainder of the meeting. We now move to public comment. What I intend to do, and obviously, as always, the majority of the council prevails if folks disagree. I think this is a pretty important topic, a big moment for the community, and so my intent is to do what we've done, I think, just once before, and to allow everybody an amount of time that is that blows through the 45-minute restriction that's in the rules. So I'd propose to give everyone 2 minutes, which will honestly have us here for quite a while. But I think, again, it's important for folks to have a chance to have their voices heard. Is there anyone on council who has a problem with that course of action? Councilmember Kelly.
I would advocate for up to 3 minutes. I just think this is such an important topic. We're talking about a 20-year plan for our city.
So if I'm counting correctly, just so you guys can, and again, I will always defer to the will of the majority here. If I'm counting correctly, there are somewhere right around the order of 65 people signed up. So that's, a little over 2 hours if it's 2 minutes per, a little over 3 hours if it's 3 minutes per. I think 2 minutes is a good compromise, but again, if folks disagree, I'm happy to defer to the group, of course. Councilmember Newsma, I think, is reaching for a switch.
Yeah, I think 2 hours seems reasonable. That takes us till 9 o'clock, and we have a lot of conversation to have once public comment is done. So I would like to still be somewhat fresh when we get to that part of the meeting.
Councilmember Hedakaris.
I just want to remind everybody that you can always send us an email, and I read all our emails. So that's, yeah.
Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would advocate for a longer period of time. When we were on land use, we gave most people 3 minutes, and we just did the amount of time that was necessary in order to do it. Something that's as important as this, I would encourage people, like we always did during land use, again, if somebody has said something that you agree with, to just say, I agree with people. You don't have to take the full 3 minutes if that's what we were to allow. And as always, I would encourage people to submit public comment online, because that is easiest for most council members to track what's going on.
Councilmember Isles.
I think email was a good suggestion. I think we're all also having ward meetings, which will also give the constituents of our wards a chance to say their piece on the issue.
Well, folks seem divided. Would someone care to make a motion? Councilmember Kelly.
Sure. I'd like to move that public comment be up to 3 minutes.
I'll second.
Councilmember Kelly moves that the rules be suspended so that every speaker this evening gets 3 minutes of public comment. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Nope.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember, I skipped Councilmember Harris.
It's okay. No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
With 3 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails, and we'll stick with 2 minutes per person this evening.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Rogers?
do we need to suspend the rules on the 45-minute time limit, or?
It's probably best just to, yes.
So I would make a motion that we suspend the rules on the capping citizen comment at 45 minutes and allow the time that it takes from the time that the chair is granting people.
Second.
Second.
Councilmember Rogers moves that the rule be suspended so that the 45-minute limit is lifted and everyone be given 2 minutes to speak. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns? Councilmember Davis?
Sorry, aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. The rule is suspended, and we are now moving on to public comment. We begin, as always, with those who signed up on these sheets to speak in.
Mr. Mayor, before we.
Sorry, Councilmember
Newsma. How late can we anticipate going this evening after public comment is done? Would it be appropriate to talk about a time limit now, or just go until we run out of steam?
Great question. And prompted something that probably should happen before public comment anyhow. So as I envision it, the purpose of this meeting is twofold. One part is to hear from anyone in the community who wants to share thoughts on the comprehensive plan. And the other is for the council to give guidance to staff on some issues that have really emerged over the course of the public input process, over the course of the Land Use Commission deliberations as kind of key issues to be decided. And so my hope would be that we can do all of both of those things. In other words, that we can hear from everyone here who seeks to give comment, and then have a discussion about the items in the memo that were flagged as items where staff is seeking direction based on these issues that have emerged. I would always prefer that we break and come back another time rather than make poor decisions because it's late. And so I would recommend that we maintain that as our goal, but understand that if we find ourselves here at midnight, dragging, not thinking clearly, we just adjourn and come back another day.
Sounds good.
We now move ahead with public comment. Again, beginning with those who signed up on these sheets to speak in person. We'll begin with Steve Test, who'll be followed by Paul Breslin, and then Meg Welch.
Do I get the transit time off my time? Steve Test, 1135 Hinman Avenue, member of our recently coalesced group called Evanston Action Coalition. A bunch of my friends and neighbors are behind me to follow up with a lot of these things. My statement is following a national trend. The first draft of the comprehensive plan called for elimination of single-family home zoning and allowing building by right up to 4 units. The worst of that language has been removed. It's part of it. That's part of a national trend. The latest draft of the comprehensive plan on page 86 mentions missing middle housing, which is a fundamental tenet of the eliminate single-family housing movement. Middle housing is defined as housing sizes that bridge between single-family homes and large apartment buildings. The data on page 86 and figure 6 in the comprehensive plan does not support the claim of Evanston's missing middle housing. The data shows Evanston's middle housing is 38% of the housing stock. a larger percentage than the 32% represented by single-family detached homes. It's more accurate to say Evanston has a missing single-family detached home problem. All the wards are described as having a wide range of housing types, many of which comprise middle housing. We cannot have a missing middle problem if the middle is not missing. Eliminating single-family zoning to allow building of multi-unit buildings will replace the lowest cost single-family homes with market-rate luxury units that produce the most profit. They will not create affordability. So we're asking the City Council to direct staff to remove from the comprehensive plan all the references, suggestions, hints derived from the missing middle housing myth and elimination or revision of single-family home zoning. We need a plan for this city as it actually exists, not anywhere USA. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paul Breslin, who will be followed by Meg Welch and then Mary Rosinski.
Paul Breslin, First Ward. I'm going to talk about the demand and supply item. On page 89 of the latest draft of the comprehensive plan, in the section Increase the Housing Supply, is the phrase, as high housing costs are driven by a shortage of available homes, which takes this assumption as established fact. This assumption that the shortage is the cause underlies much of the plan and ignores many reasons why demand for Evanston housing inherently makes it expensive. Lakeside setting, closeness to downtown Chicago and an international airport, college town, high-paying jobs, beautiful tree-lined streets. People with means want to live here. The comprehensive plan acknowledges on page 22 the basic fact that high property values translate to high property taxes, high insurance premiums, and high rent. If Evanston increases supply of market rate housing, high demand for Evanston housing will consume the new offerings. People who can afford market rate rents, which the developers need to finance their building, will occupy these new buildings. If rents fall, building will slow and eventually stop. By the way, this is happening in Austin, I understand. Jeff Smith's compilation of housing construction since 1996, with rents rising over these years, is proof. If Evanston aims to make housing affordable for its lower income residents and workers, teachers, healthcare workers, retail employees of all kinds, and long-term residents caught in a cost squeeze, it must protect some housing from the market. Affordable units in new apartment buildings sunset after 30 years, and the loss of property taxes required to get the developers to do it seems catastrophic. The city should explore options for shielding some housing from market forces. Instead of foregoing tax revenues for IHO units, let developers pay their taxes and use the money to subsidize affordability or endow land trusts. The comprehensive plan needs to explore these options.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Meg Welch, who will be followed by Mary Rosinski and then Sheila Sullivan.
So page 89 of the comprehensive plan is entitled Increasing the Housing Supply. It states 9 out of 10 renter households in Evanston earning less than $50K are cost burdened, and that this shows the need for more affordable housing for Evanston's low-income residents. Rather than increasing the housing supply, some of the housing stock needs to be shielded from market forces, and this essential fact, it's missing from the comprehensive plan. I note that the keynote speaker at Connections for the Homeless annual luncheon, Angela Brooks, admitted that adding density alone won't create affordable housing units. Creating permanent affordable housing needs to be more central in our comprehensive plan, referencing community land trusts, repurposing existing buildings, and preserving existing affordable housing provided in our vintage age units. Page 90 says the city plans to expand development potential while minimizing displacement. But there's no concrete plan to prevent displacement, and the comprehensive plan does not explain how to prevent displacement of lower income residents when we, in the name of increasing density, replace our lowest cost single-family homes with market rate multi-unit housing. This comprehensive plan does not adequately address providing low-income residents with affordable housing. Some sitting on the dais took umbrage during the campaign season that anyone thought they were only for adding density or upzoning. But they've been vocal in the past week about the need to put back a stronger statement on density. No apparent worry about other issues. Density seems to be the hill that you want to die on, but why?
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mary Rosinski, who will be followed by Sheila Sullivan and then Julia Forgash.
Hi, I'm going to be talking a little bit about housing insecurity. The following passage in Chapter 10 on housing is on page 87. Housing insecurity, reducing barriers to providing a variety of housing options, can ensure that every Evanston resident can access safe, stable housing. Evanston already has a wide variety of housing options, and it is not ensuring stable housing to everybody. The phrase reducing barriers to housing options is code for eliminating single-family zoning, the developer's dream. Eliminating single-family zoning will not produce the kinds of inexpensive, low-income housing residents need. It will only produce expensive market-rate housing. Searching the comprehensive plan for the word homeless yields only 3 references, one of which is in the name of Connections for the Homeless. On page 14, makes a statement of upholding staffing and resources to support the homeless. The other, on page 87, simply makes a vague statement about housing options and maybe helping house homeless. The word unhoused appears 0 times. Section 8 housing, aka housing choice vouchers, is only mentioned once and in the reference to how many residents use them. Land trust in the context of housing and homelessness or providing housing to low-income housing first are not found in the comprehensive plan at all. This plan does not include a plan for investment in affordable housing or plans for aging in place. We ask that the City Council send the comprehensive plan back to staff to fully research and document the possible approaches to the city could really take on the problem of housing insecurity in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sheila Sullivan, who will be followed by Julia Forgash and then Paula Twiling.
Hi, Sheila Sullivan here, Ward 3. Chapter 7 of the comprehensive plan shows that increased density will create a negative impact on the city. Page 60 details the poor state of our mass transit system. Public feedback indicated coverage and service is insufficient and unreliable. Neighborhoods in the west and southeast have limited access to transit, making their commuter harder. Bus service is lacking. Inconsistent schedules make transit a second choice. Bus stops have little or no shelter seating or lighting. Our transit and infrastructure for example, only one Purple Line station, Davis Street, is ADA compliant and no elevators are in the metro stations. Many stations are not near pedestrian routes. We know this to be true, so why is the city focused on adding density in the name of transit-oriented development? Additional developments in single-family areas west of Dodge, where transit is limited, only challenges affordability because residents would need to own and maintain a car. For parking, minimum off-street parking requirements force private developments to set aside space for parking that the city feels could be used for community, economic, or green spaces. That won't happen. Without off-street requirements, developers will just add more residential units, thereby increasing density and unfairly burdening surrounding neighborhoods that are already dealing with the current density. Many residents who live in these market-price buildings can also afford cars, and they'll buy them or have them. The city owns 3 garages and 37 surface lots across our neighborhoods. Quarterly fees are high in the neighborhood lots. There is a 3-year waiting period list to get into some of these. Even as high as a 100% parking fee increase in 1 year, people still want to park. Yet the Putting Assets to Work plan identifies 13 surface lots and other city assets that are slated for redevelopment. These neighboring lots can't always be full. Not everyone works on a transit route. A 3-year waiting list contradicts the city's assertions that lots are underutilized. We ask that you evaluate parking needs realistically in the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Julia Forgash, who will be followed by Paula Twiling and then Michelle Klebick.
My name is Julia Forgash, and I live in the 4th Ward. Thank you for holding this hearing. I would like to speak about the chapter on housing, which is Chapter 10, and specifically the overall goal to provide housing choices for all income levels. I love this goal. This chapter then goes on to explain that increasing housing supply will achieve this goal, and that one way to increase the supply of housing is to change the zoning laws. That might be true, but we don't actually know that because we don't have a housing strategy. A housing strategy should be completed first so that it can inform the goals and policies of the housing chapter. Otherwise, the stated policies are without evidence. I also want to say and recognize that the original plan that declared all Evanston residential zones fair game for redevelopment has forced some of us to loudly defend our neighborhoods and has driven a wedge between members of the community, including friends of mine. I appreciate the LUC pulling that language back, especially since it should now be universally clear that handing properties over to developers will not result in housing for all income levels. It will likely bring more people into Evanston, which is great, but it will add to the housing stock for high income levels, not all income levels. New construction means high or at least higher prices. Many housing and real estate experts have come here to testify to that. Having said that, I would like council to strike the sentence in the chapter on neighborhoods and places that calls for the future of downtown to include high-rise development. Besides the fact that downtown residents have clearly expressed their objection to high-rise development, we know that shiny new high-rises will not achieve the goal of providing housing choices for all income levels. And I know that developers of large properties are promising affordable units, but that is because it benefits the developers at the expense of Evanston taxpayers. Our inclusionary housing ordinance means these affordable units are only temporary. Can I finish one sentence? Can I finish? No?
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paula Twiling, who will be followed by Michelle Klebick, and then Lee Greenberg.
Hi, I'm actually Paula Twilling. I live in the 7th Ward. This reads from the Housing Chapter, page 85. Policy Statement Number 1. Implement a comprehensive housing strategy. Yes, complete a strategic housing plan. This should have been done before the city even contemplated creating a comprehensive plan. We heard early on from staff they were pausing the strategic housing plan in order to work on the comprehensive plan. Why? We needed data derived from that plan to feed into the comprehensive plan. So this should be a priority to complete. Policy Statement Number 2, increase housing supply and housing choices. I would add to this phrase, without decreasing the supply of detached single-family homes. Policy Statement Number 3, preserve existing housing stock. On page 27 of the comp plan, it actually describes the situation as aging housing stock. I saw this firsthand while distributing letters door to door beginning in November 2024 to inform residents about the existence of the comprehensive plan. It did not matter where we were distributing our letters. All wards had housing stock that needed exterior repairs, which may indicate the need for interior repairs as well. Perhaps owners are unable or unwilling to make these repairs. The current political climate will most likely mean certain funds will be curtailed. So we need locally created or state-generated methods. We have been researching how to do this, but since time is short, we would like to share those with you later. The 7th Ward alderman suggested in a letter to the roundtable yesterday that we need to release homeowners within our historic districts from certain regulations. I think we need a different take on that. We need to expand the tax benefits of the program to everyone. Why should only people in our historic districts receive the tax freeze?
Thank you very much.
Open it up to everyone.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michelle Klebick, who will be followed by Lee Greenberg, and then Linda Damashek.
Michelle Klebick, 1st Ward. Tear downs, new market rate housing, and gentrification. speculative housing developers competing against would-be residents for the remaining affordable homes, families moving away while we fill dumpsters full of construction waste, negating our very own sustainability goals. The market for brand new luxury housing heats up. Is this the Evanston we really want? Is this what people move here for? Residents showed up. We filled out the surveys. We spoke at meetings. We were clear about what we wanted. Look at Survey 2, Chart 33 at the back of the most recent comp plan. Interestingly, the number one comment was that residents prefer to maintain existing neighborhood density. In Survey 3, Chart 38, 70% of respondents said they didn't even want changes to their zoning. Proponents have claimed that new housing will be attainable, but it's widely understood that building new market rate housing reduces affordability. That input got diluted and ignored. The charts weren't even included until after the document passed through the Land Use Commission. This process has been disingenuous. Unfortunately, I don't think minor edits by the City Council will be enough. I think the process of editing and making changes over the last few months was slow and inconsistent. Week after week, we watched the Land Use Commission debate every word, only to contradict themselves and change direction from one meeting to the next. We failed to reach a consensus and offer a clear vision. We need to rethink our process in terms of next steps. Let's use the remaining funds from the canceled HDR contract to hire a truly independent third-party consultant who can help finalize the comprehensive plan, somebody with no ties to city staff or outside interests or organizations, someone who can objectively review real data, ensure the plan reflects the community feedback, and guards against predetermined outcomes. Let's conduct thorough impact studies and finish the strategic housing plan. Only once this is complete should we even start to talk about zoning. Let's take our time and get it right. What's the rush?
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Lee Greenberg, who will be followed by Linda Damashek, and then Jenny Washburn.
Good evening. Lee Greenberg, First Ward. What is the point of all this? After years of deliberations, the Envision Evanston 2045 is still lacking direction. Your Chapter 10, Housing, begins with local data but uses nationwide averages to make some strange conjectures. The chapter states that Evanston housing stock is more similar to Chicago than to our neighboring suburbs, proudly touting possible housing options here. Further down, the increased housing supply section states, and this is a direct quote, "New market rate developments give higher income households options to move into, making available older units with more attainable prices available. Additionally, new market rate developments with inclusionary housing units options for households of all incomes." Is this really suggesting that people will move from their old units into fancy new ones so that their old ones can be taken by folks at lower prices? Does that make sense? And with so little vacant land, how many of these old units need to be demolished to build these fancy new developments? It must be more than a few if it's large enough to require inclusionary housing units. Further down, under the combat displacement section, starts with an important statement. Developing an anti-displacement strategy is essential to protecting Evanston's income diversity. Good. Later in the same paragraph, it states, limiting development out of concern for displacement reduces opportunities for many long-time Evanston residents. So which is it? Are we trying to combat displacement, or are we pushing these folks out to increase development? Shouldn't this document propose solutions for areas where displacement is a concern, areas where new economic activity or public infrastructure are possible, and yes, even areas where increases in density might make sense? This process has been flawed from the start. Many months and meetings later, one qualified land use commissioner removed for one controversial appointment after another. At this point, how many residents are actually happy with the document? Instead of continuing to argue, why not hire a qualified, independent, urban planner to review the data, help finalize the Envision Evanston plan, coordinate with the strategic housing plan, which we haven't seen, set forth on zoning with positivity? Shouldn't that be the point?
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Linda Damashek, who will be followed by Jenny Washburn, and then Jennifer Drake.
Yes, my name is Linda Damashek. I'm a 30-year resident and an experienced nonprofit low-income housing developer. I've also worked with community land trust consultants and understand how a land trust works, and think it's a very important tool for Evanston to use to create permanently affordable housing. Obviously, I think affordable housing is important, However, affordable housing retention and creation. However, I think Evanston politicians' incorrect assumptions and illogical reverse engineering process have created a document that only serves to increase housing units, to expand the tax base, without creating any affordable housing units. The increased population will require additional city resources, police, fire, etc. In previous Land Use Commission comments, I have explained why affordable housing density sought is not going to create additional affordability. It's because market rate developers build for profit and build the most expensive housing options that the law will allow. A pro-density land use commissioner agreed that I was correct, that it wouldn't create additional low-income housing, but it would create increased housing diversity. But in fact, 38% of Evanston's housing stock is already supposedly the missing middle housing and is already diverse. Evanston has its own de facto pilot project on Chicago Avenue and downtown Evanston. 2,000 new units have been built. It has not produced the promised results. No trickle-down affordability has been produced by this extra density. So blanket increases to the zoning are ineffective. We need downtown height restrictions. We need commercial corridor height restrictions. Don't upzone single-family areas. Don't increase Evanston by 8 to 20,000 extra people. Comprehensive plans are supposed to be consensus documents, not driven by partisan agendas.
Thank you very much.
Keep Evanston special.
The next speaker is Jenny Washburn, who will be followed by Jennifer Drake, and then Fiona McCarthy.
The golden goose.
Hi, everyone. Jenny Washburn, First Ward. Thanks for the 2 minutes on a 20-year plan. Daniel, I won't actually start with your clandestine meetings with Scott Roberts, who is a pro-duplex advocate, to strategize. We'll talk about that later. I actually want to talk about what Linda mentioned, was the missing middle housing myth. In Chapter 4, Evanston Tomorrow Goals, page 29, we find the following statement: removing barriers to affordable housing solutions that bridge the gap between single-unit homes and large apartment complexes. Housing of this size is middle housing that already exists in large quantities in every ward in Evanston. 38% of Evanston's housing stock is this middle housing. It is not missing. Building new middle housing to replace low-cost single-family homes will be at market rate and will not produce affordable housing. The new units produced will be high-end homes marketed at as high price as possible to provide developers with maximum profits. Removing barriers is code for eliminating single-family home zoning. We ask that City Council remove this language from the comprehensive plan. It is erroneous in multiple ways. As a reminder, City Council, you work for us, the residents. You have a duty to represent your wards. Nowhere in your oath did you swear allegiance to Daniel Biss, his campaign, or connections for the homeless. Do what's right, start this process over, listen to your constituents. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jennifer Drake, who will be followed by Fiona McCarthy, and then Kira Kelly.
Thank you, Jennifer Drake, 6th Ward. Thank you all for doing your jobs. I know that it's really hard. To be honest with you, there's 50 things I'd rather be doing tonight. Maybe even being at the dentist would come ahead of this. I don't love being here. And I ask myself, why am I here? Why am I here when I believe that upzoning would actually benefit my family personally, because we would get a developer to come in and pay us more than it's worth right now for our property. So why am I here? Why am I here? Because if I do that and I sell, what kind of person does that make me? To make our neighborhood a cookie cutter development. In the first comprehensive plan, there was a picture of a cookie cutter development in California with mountains behind it. Is that what we want Evanston to look like? Is that what we think Evanston is going to look like? And I speak for many, many others I know who feel the same way. And those of you 2nd, 5th, 8th Ward, those people are the ones to be first displaced. Those properties are worth less. And so, Mr. Burns, you're the one on a lot of these who is driving this, and I ask you, and I've heard some of your 5th Ward residents here at some of these meetings, and many of them oppose this. And so I ask you, please, are you sure you're doing the right thing? Are you sure? Because this is really, really important. And even the experts, Moriali, who was a subconsultant to HDR, said more outreach is needed. Flyers are needed for every home. Why did they say that? They said that because they didn't think the initial outreach was adequate. Another statement I'd like to make is regarding policy statements in Chapter 10, Housing, page 85. Their statements implementing a comprehensive housing strategy and complete it before considering any changes to the zoning ordinance, increasing housing supply and housing choices without decreasing the supply of detached single-family homes. Preserve existing housing stock by addressing the deteriorating condition of the existing housing stock, including create methods to assist homeowners to do expensive upkeep on their homes, as someone else spoke about, and prevent displacement of Evanston residents, 2nd, 5th, and 8th Ward could be the first, by proactively preventing the loss of relatively low-cost existing single-family homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Fiona McCarthy, who will be followed by Kira Kelly and then John Foley.
Fiona McCarthy, 7th Ward. Everyone keeps talking about Evanston not being affordable and that we need more housing, but we are missing a key component of that discussion, the Evanston middle class. My husband and I are both working engineers. I have a master's and work here in Evanston. He has a PhD and works in a neighboring suburb. We are a young family with another on the way, committed to Evanston's success. We were lucky to buy our home in 2018 with low interest rates, and on paper we should be thriving. But last night we found out our property taxes after appeal are still slated to go up by over $300 a month. Now with our mortgage and a $4,000 a month in rising childcare cost, where are we supposed to come up with another $3,000 to $4,000 a year in increased property taxes? I understand that the city does not get a large portion of that, but when we talk about a comprehensive plan, property taxes and fiscal responsibility of those taxes must be considered. We need to make Evanston affordable for those who already live here. We cannot continue to purchase buildings without a budget. The recent 801 Main Street building had an assessed property value of $289,000, and yet we agreed to buy it for $735,000. A building that is blighted should not be purchased at, quote, fair market value, and if no one else, including the owner, wants the building, that's not fair market. The city has options like enforcing code violations and fines, taking legal action, or condemning the building. Regardless, we should not be buying an overpriced blighted building, especially when it's not in a budget. The Prieto Community Center is another example, an unbudgeted $2.6 million purchase promised to be positive revenue, which it's not, and a roof repair costs much in excess of the original estimate. Evanston has a horrible track record of maintaining its current facilities, deferring maintenance, and then overpaying for services and projects compared to neighboring communities. We need to have an established capital management and replacement plan and stick to those budgets. It has to be a core directive of this strategic plan. Studies show that residents living for a city for longer periods of time, more than 5 years, provide several positive effects on the city, particularly for social cohesion, economic well-being, and safety. We have to focus on keeping the city affordable for our current residents, and that starts with this plan and fiscal responsibility.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kira Kelly, who will be followed by John Foley and then John Story Williamson. Is Kira Kelly no longer present? In that case, we'll move ahead with John Foley, who will be followed by John Story Williamson and then Virginia Mann.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. John Foley, 35-year resident of Evanston. I've been watching this grinding process for months. It seems like the intent is to actually grind the citizenry down. There was a No Kings rally on June 14th. Is this approach democratic? I think not. Knowing the magnitude of the changes being presented, if we actually believe the No Kings rhetoric, shouldn't this be put up for a community-wide referendum? Have we asked for more density? Are we asking for the Dawes Museum to be demolished in the name of affordable housing? Are current residents asking for housing affordable? Yes, they are. Lower our taxes and be responsible stewards of our taxpayer dollars. For example, the $60,000 forgivable loan to a Northwestern professor who's a District 65 school board member. Are we asking for the character of our neighborhoods to be diminished or changed? I hope not. If I wanted Chicago, I'd live in Chicago. Knowing this is a 20-year view, let's let residents weigh in on whether they want this plan via referendum. No Kings also applies to Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Story Williamson, who will be followed by Virginia Mann and then Jeff Barini.
My name is John Story Williamson. I'm a native and lifelong Evanstonian and a resident of the apparently much maligned Sheridan Road. I want to challenge the increasingly repeated claim that upzoning older neighborhoods will meaningfully address housing affordability. The problem we face isn't simply a lack of housing units, it's the commodification of housing itself. Upzoning doesn't guarantee affordability. It often fuels the teardown of modest homes and their replacement with expensive, investor-driven rental units. What's being created isn't housing for working families, it's asset class real estate meant to deliver returns to corporate landlords, private equity firms, and REITs. In fact, these trends are already visible across Evanston. Pseudo-luxury buildings with sky-high rents dominate recent development. As this pattern expands into residential neighborhoods, we risk accelerating the displacement of longtime residents, not through overt exclusion, but by turning Evanston's housing stock over to those who view our community as a portfolio opportunity. Affordability cannot be achieved by upzoning alone. We need policies that preserve existing affordable housing, support paths to home ownership, and protect neighborhoods from speculative pressure. Otherwise, we're not solving the problem, we're deepening it. Evanston deserves better than a one-size-fits-all planning agenda driven by outside ideology. Let's protect the livability, character, and accessibility of this city for the people who already call it home and those who genuinely hope to.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Virginia Mann, who will be followed by Jeff Barini and then Jeff Smith.
Virginia Mann, 6th Ward. Growing up in Chicago, I lived in an apartment, a two-flat, a single-family home, and even a townhome. 28 years ago, when my husband and I chose to move to the 6th Ward, we specifically decided to move to Evanston, to the 6th Ward, where there are single-family homes, despite the fact that we had choices of living in apartments, condos, 2 flats, 3 flats, 6 flats, apartment buildings, townhomes. Everything is available today as it was to us then here in Evanston. We have diverse housing. Quit trying to destroy the choice we made, which is a valid choice for many people, to have single-family communities in Evanston. We didn't want Wilmette. That's why we chose Evanston. But we also didn't want Chicago. That's why we chose Evanston. And this plan specifically is designed to eliminate communities of single-family homes, and that is unacceptable to virtually every single Evanston resident I have spoken to. The plan will benefit, as others have said, developers, special interest groups, will not benefit Evanston residents. And so I urge you to put a halt to this, find some responsible people to put together a more effective plan, pull together the community where we've been excluded, including today when Mayor Biss refused to allow a well-organized, thoughtful, articulate, researched organization to present our side in a thoughtful, comprehensive, articulate manner. Before I leave, I want to say one last thing, completely unrelated to this. As someone who is temporarily handicapped, I find it extremely troublesome that my only option for getting here, for parking, is out front in a space that allows me to stay for 2 hours. When you're sitting here talking about going till midnight at least, I can't stay for this meeting because I can't park here, or I pay a $250 ticket, as the sign says. You need to come up with a better plan here.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Barini, who will be followed by Jeff Smith, and then John Kennedy.
Hello, Jeff Barini, 2nd Ward. First, please follow the recommendations from page 90 of the plan and complete a housing needs assessment then develop a strategic housing plan before making any zoning changes. Second, begin using the term permanent affordable housing throughout the plan. This will change both the discussion and possible solutions, rather than depending primarily on developers. Let's make affordable housing permanent in Evanston. Now, the direction of the plan conflicts with what residents have said. On page 167, chart 33, keep existing neighborhood density in housing is mentioned 40 times. Increased neighborhood density is mentioned only 17 times. That's more than 2 to 1 against increasing density. Page 169, chart 37, regards changes to R1 zoning. We quote, see strong resistance with fears of neighborhood destruction, declining values, and crowding, end quote. Regarding high-rises downtown, the quote, majority expressed concerns about environmental impacts and changing the vibe of our community, end quote. On page 170, chart 38 shows that approximately 30% favor more density, but roughly 65% opposed zoning changes. The plan affirms on page 21 that, quote, Evanston has diverse housing stock, end quote. And on page 22 that, quote, Evanston has diverse housing mix, end quote. It couldn't be stated more clearly or plainly. Now, I read that some of you hope to reintroduce language calling specifically for more density and greater housing choice, saying that not doing so, quote, kind of defeats the purpose of what we're trying to do, end quote. That statement runs counter to the data, and it reinforces an impression that has concerned residents throughout this process, that increasing density, eliminating single-family-only zoning, and eliminating parking requirements were predetermined goals rather than outcomes based on community input. So I have two requests: complete a housing needs assessment, then a fact-based strategic housing plan, and only then changing
Thank you very
zoning.
much.
And to use the term permanent
you very
affordable
much.
housing throughout the plan to expand our thinking around
The
possible
next speaker is
solutions.
Jeff Smith.
Thank you.
Who will be followed by John Kennedy and then Peter Kelly.
Thank you. I hope, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, you'll give previous speakers and all the following speakers the respect they deserve, because it represents a lot of serious expertise, not only hundreds, thousands of hours of study, really, but these 2-minute bursts represent hundreds of years of professional experience and also lived experience. Our mayor has spoken of collaboration, that this process should be one of working together, that everyone should be at the table, and I applaud those ideals, but that hasn't happened. Instead, we've been treated to a 15-month exercise in backfilling an outcome that was determined before most residents ever knew there was a table to be at. We know this because a consulting contract that was this close to being sent to council was suddenly derailed in favor of an RFP that literally called for a plan that would, quote, warrant a rewrite of the zoning code. We know this because a developer lobbyist was hired to run our focus groups. Smooth talking, personable, but still a developer lobbyist. We know this because the survey that was run in a community that has 55% home ownership yielded only 39% of the respondents being Evanston homeowners. You got to go out of your way to do that. And so that's one of the reasons at Central Street Neighbors we ran our own survey. 900 respondents. No survey is perfect, but it's still 900 data points, which is larger than most organizations in this town. I can't stress how much of a mistake it would be to treat large segments of the community, especially homeowners, an important stakeholder, as an obstacle to be overcome or an enemy to be subdued. So my ask is to send this plan back as neither up to the quality that Evanston deserves, nor representative of the views of folks that really sincerely want to be working together on it. Whether it's done through hiring another consultant or, better yet, forming a citizen commission, come up with some way to allow just as much time for resident experts as has been given over the last 2.5 years to upzoning advocates who have been at the table when we haven't been. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Kennedy, who will be followed by Peter Kelly and then Ed Blumen.
Good evening. John Kennedy, 3rd Ward. After missing a bus on April 1st to a seat on the dais, I did find a spot as president of the Southeast Evanston Association. So I'm here tonight speaking for the board and relating their concerns to you. First, we are very wary of increasing population density as a mantra for moving forward with this plan. I think you've heard from almost every speaker in the last hour that this is not the direction that most of the citizens want this council to proceed with. Secondly, we feel strongly that the R1 single-family residential zoning districts should be maintained. At less than a third of our housing stock, single-family homes are already an endangered species. Third, we want a plan to maintain existing scale of businesses along Main, Dempster, and Chicago Avenue. So we advocate for height restrictions for developments along these corridors. We're not saying there won't be developments. What we're saying is to maintain the character of these areas, similar to what Central Street has been able to pull off. We would like to see this kind of continuation of the current zoning environments. And finally, any residential development on these corridors must provide adequate parking for those residents. Otherwise, cars that they will eventually purchase will spill out onto our already crowded side streets. And this is an issue for the current residents, not the new ones, the current ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Peter Kelly, who will be followed by Ed Blumen and then Liz Bryant.
I'm here to speak from the perspective of a downtown resident. I direct your attention to the written submission for my remarks on density, housing types, deference to neighborhoods, some downtown improvements, some comments about encouraging local economic development. And instead, I'll focus only on the major issue of building height, specifically tall buildings 10 stories or greater. Downtown residents have clearly voiced their opposition to more tall buildings. The chart I prepared shows that there are already too many tall buildings in downtown. The chart identifies a cluster of 23 buildings of 10 stories or more. Now, that includes 2 currently pending proposals and 1 approval that hasn't yet been constructed. Downtown residents identified 11 specific categories of objections to tall buildings. Research papers of the Council for Tall Buildings and Urban Habitat, the leading international and national advocate for tall buildings, identifies those same characteristics, those same concerns, and considers them genuine concerns that do not reflect simply NIMBYism. And in order to allow time to deal with the trend towards too many tall buildings, I had proposed a 2-year moratorium on approval of tall buildings 10 stories or greater to allow time for study of the impact on our urban design. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ed Blumen, who will be followed by Liz Bryant and then Jennifer Geer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Biss. Thank you, Council. I'm Ed Blumen. I am a longtime Evanston resident and a very long-time, very local family physician. I come to speak to you about a concept of mine, and I agree with almost all the other speakers. I want to keep Evanston unique. We all love Evanston, and we have to keep Evanston unique, some of our very own right here in Evanston. Instead of building many, many tall buildings, I have looked around the neighborhood, and 1800 Ridge, there's a very nice unit, which I will pass out, where they have built on stacked, one on top of each other, a few stories of units, which I think could be reproduced on many of the flat roof buildings around Evanston, some of which the city owns already. In addition, one concept which recently was pointed out to me is the concept of, not on top of flat roof buildings, but in some open spaces, the concept of boxcar, train car buildings, which could be used for housing and commercial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Liz Bryant, who will be followed by Jennifer Geer and then Debbie Cryer.
Good evening, council members, mayor, and city staff. My name is Liz Bryant. I live in the 1st Ward. As of now, I am not house burdened, and though I understand that life is what happens while making other plans, I do not foresee myself being so in the future. I have met a president, cabinet members, congresspersons, ambassadors, CEOs, the ultra-rich, celebrities, etc., etc. Personally, I'm content living a simple life and being amongst a diverse racial and socioeconomic group of people. It's one of the reasons I love living in Evanston. I also work part-time at Whole Foods. It's a place where people are hired and promoted based on the content and their character and not by the color of their skin. This is where I met someone from the Wesley Apartments. I offered to open my door to her when eviction was imminent. There are people that I have mentioned earlier that I would not extend that invitation to. I believe housing is a human right and everyone is entitled to secure, adequate, and affordable housing. The data reveals in Evanston slightly more than 40% of households are either cost-burdened or severely cost-burdened, meaning they spend more than 30% to 50% of their income on housing, respectively. There has also been a significant decrease in the African American population due to affordability. The data also reveals that affordable housing can be addressed using a multi-pronged approach involving increased funding, policy changes, and community engagement. Key strategies include expanding rental assistance programs, increasing the supply of affordable units, reforming zoning laws, and improving housing code enforcement. I believe we are in a pivotal time in Evanston. Envision Evanston 2045 can be a map to positively address our housing crisis. I urge all of you to keep the doors open for Evanston residents and make affordable housing a goal in the comprehensive plan. Let's keep Evanston a racial and socioeconomically diverse city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jennifer Geer, who will be followed by Debbie Cryer and then Susan Blatz.
Hi, City Council. My name is Jennifer Geer. I live in an 11-unit apartment building in the 3rd Ward, and I arrived here today via longboard. I love that I am able to live like this in Evanston, so I want to encourage a 20-year plan that uses more space for people. Specifically, I support reducing parking minimums and car-centric infrastructure to encourage walkability and multimodal transit. I support allowing duplexes on all lots and reducing minimum lot size to allow for missing middle infill housing. And I support increasing our green space, our parks, and multimodal transit infrastructure. Appreciate your time on this matter.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Debbie Cryer, who will be followed by Susan Blatz and then Wynn Graham.
I'm Debbie Cryer, a relative newcomer to Ward 7 neighborhood that's being discussed for rezoning. When we bought our house about 4 years ago, I was astounded by the beauty and the history of the neighborhood, where many workers moved into bungalows, kept cows in back lots, and over time enlarged some homes to continue to match the neighborhood in terms of design and aesthetic. This is not an upper income neighborhood, but instead it's more mixed, full of teachers, social workers, professionals, builders, artists, and others who would not be considered the wealthy. This will affect the mixed middle income neighborhood that we live in. We are already allowing more condos in it. They're creeping up towards my house as I speak. Who cares if these condos don't match the history and aesthetic of the neighborhood and that its residents so highly value for their families? We do. Who cares if developers squeeze multifamily dwellings into neighborhoods, tearing down the beautiful historic homes, which, by the way, add value to Evanston as a wonderful place to live? We do. We can't control what developers are going to do, and we homeowners won't have the power to fight your decisions once they're made. And infallibly made, from what I can tell. But you have proposed rezoning that will change the nature of where we live. Do I want you to rezone? Yeah. But make our beautiful historic neighborhood with families of many races and cultures into a historic district. That's what you've done with the most beautiful parts of Evanston, but not the middle class parts of Evanston. Please have respect for our neighbors and let the neighborhood be preserved as a place for single-family homes, as it has been for over 100 years. If you don't do that, people like us aren't going to move into Evanston, and you probably won't want to live here anymore either.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Susan Blatz, who will be followed by Wynn Graham and then Carla Sutton.
I yield my time in favor of the people who've spoken articulately against Plan 2045.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Wynn Graham, who will be followed by Carla Sutton and then Scott Roberts.
Good evening. My name is Wynn Graham. I've lived in the 6th Ward for 35 years. We moved back to Evanston after being gone 20 years. We moved from a town in Michigan that did not have open discussions on its goals and policies until very recently, and look forward to what Evanston has to offer, including civil public discussion. The latest data from the American Community Survey, which was in the Evanston Now report this morning, says that 56% of Evanston renters, 32% of homeowners with a mortgage, 17% of homeowners without a mortgage are spending more than 30% of their income on housing, or they are housing burdened. I find much of what I support is in this survey, which was survey number 3 reported in the plan. This is add specific targets for affordable family units and senior housing development, remove restrictions on multifamily housing, especially duplexes in some areas, and retain existing policies that promote housing for diverse income levels. The proposed plan describes Ward 6 as primarily residential, offering diverse housing options, including 2 large senior living campuses, small and large multifamily buildings near Central Street, and a mix of modest starter homes. I would like to see Ward 6 increased opportunity for affordable housing. Mary Gavin, in a recent essay in the Roundtable, mentions leasing the elementary schools that would most likely be closed for low enrollment. Could they not be adapted for affordable housing? Faith communities also have structures that could be adapted for housing with zoning changes. The plan is comprehensive, and I value its reference to climate issues, economic growth, cultural resources. Kudos to the staff for managing revisions based on citizen comments and commission evaluation. Affordable housing issues are not unique to Evanston, and cities across the nation are looking for ways to alleviate the shortage. Evanston can be a leader in this regard, as is in other areas. My hope is that you will approve the best concrete goals to establish more affordable housing. The strategic housing plan in the works should align with these goals and be implemented by the zoning.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Carla Sutton, who will be followed by Scott Roberts and then Tricia Connolly.
Good evening, Carla Sutton, 5th Ward. First, I want to thank Alderman Kelly and Alderman Rogers for your sensitivity and compassion to our concerns. It's very disappointing to come to these meetings and be totally ignored by your policies and your practice. Comprehensive Plan 2045. I took a look at it. One thing I noticed, I'm not there. Blacks are leaving Evanston at an unreasonable amount of any other people. And then I looked again and I thought about Ronald Reagan. There you go again. 96 years ago, you displaced the black community from Bauer Place, and they have never recovered from it. And you sitting up there now judging, thinking about you have a comprehensive plan that does not address housing, does not address affordability, does not address a land trust, does not address provisions for elderly, does not address preservation of black places. Black people will not be run in this community by the time this plan goes into effect. Bye.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Scott Roberts, who will be followed by Tricia Connolly and then Nancy Flory.
Hello, thank you. I had something I was going to say, but it's a little bit upset by kind of a personal attack towards me, which in a way illustrates part of my point. I think that this whole process has been very politicized and become personal, and these attacks, and especially in having sat through a number of land use commission meetings, Matt Rogers, the decisions, these really tough decisions that we have to make should not all be left to that unelected group. It should be this group who are represented and who are elected are the ones who should make the tough decisions about policy, which will then drive the Land Use Commission and their choices about zoning. We saw that in H2.1, where there was direction, specific direction, and it was totally limited to preserve and increase housing, which is so vague and non-directional. What it does is it then, going back to Land Use Commission, they're going to have to make up a lot of the stuff themselves. So whichever way you decide, you have the connection to the citizens. You've been elected in an election that happened in the middle of this process, where people were paying attention. They were voting on people based on their positions on zoning. So I provided you this document with suggestions for amendments. I can send this to anybody who's available. I will meet with anybody who wants to meet with me. Saturday I met with Claire Kelly, held a meeting. Thank you very much. And I participated in that meeting. I will talk to anybody about zoning. I do not meet clandestinely. I mean, I don't know, maybe I do, but I don't. So please reach out to me, and let's not be so angry.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tricia Connolly, who will be followed by Nancy Flory, and then DeKel Fonda.
Good evening, Tricia Connolly, Second Ward. Since tonight's meeting is in regard to Envision Evanston, I'll start there. This has to do with what we're working with in the Second Ward, which is a potential type 2 restaurant called Popeyes that wants to come into our neighborhood and join the endless amounts of other fast food in the area. In the draft plan of Envision Evanston on page 11, it mentions the results of a survey concerning economic development. 3 areas mentioned that I think are key responses are prioritize support for small, locally owned businesses over large chains, maintain focus on revitalizing key commercial corridors, include provisions for equitable economic growth across neighborhoods. On page 157, it's stated, reinforce Evanston thrives. You met with community members and business owners. Last I checked, fast food was not on the list. Listed under specific recommendations for the comprehensive plan on page 157, diversify business types, develop strategies to attract a broader mix of businesses and prevent overconcentration of similar types. We have 5 standards in our code. I'm not going to read them. I will tell you that I think at least 3 of them are strong statements about why we don't want a Popeyes in the Second Ward. To wrap this up, we had a Second Ward meeting. There was not proper noticing. I say this because it was listed on the agenda as community discussion regarding the development at Dempster Street in Dodge. Well, that doesn't tell us much, does it? The municipal code still refers to DAPR and a public noticing with a public meeting date. Are you going to do this for the administrative hearing now? We need to have a complete detail about what the process is going to be because
Thank
it
you
was
very much.
unclear at our second ward meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Nancy Floy, who will be followed by DeKel Fonda and then David Galloway.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all the council members and the city staff. My name is Nancy Floy, and I'm in the second ward. I'm the founder of the Hartwood Center, and I'm also the president of and co-founder of the West Village Business Association. The Hartwood Center is legally a Buddhist church. It's a temple. There has been an enormous amount of upset and outrage and a huge pushback in our community on the Popeyes. I met with Chrissy Harris, our council person, 2 times, and in both those recorded meetings, at her request recorded, she stated that this would be sent to the Land Use Commission. Last night I received an email from Chrissy Harris saying that that wasn't going to happen. So the first question I have is why? Why was that decision reversed? Sarah Flax, it's good to see you. It's been a long time. Will this issue be on the Land Use Commission July 9th meeting? Second question, I'd like to know if that's going to be on the July 9th Land Use Commission agenda. Third is the harassment. I was working at Hartwood. A man came into the center identifying himself as a member of the staff at Popeyes. He wouldn't give me his name. He only told me that several members from the city staff told him to come. He was abusive, aggressive, harassing. I had to call the police. We filed a police report. He repeated, screaming in my face, "This is a done deal at Popeyes and you cannot fight it." This is unacceptable behavior. I'm calling to the council members to please look into this. I'd like an investigation of why this happened, who from the city sent him to me. He had my name and he knew that I was opposing Popeyes. Our center, our sanctuary, again, is a Buddhist temple. My fourth point is that I've met with, and I know well, the owners of the property, and they told me that the Popeyes people have been told that they have permission already. I'd like to know who gave them that permission and why we wouldn't be told. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is DeKel Fonda, who will be followed by David Galloway and then Olin Wilson-Thomas.
DeKel Fonda, I'm a 40-year resident of the Second Ward in the West Village. And as you've just heard from the 2 previous speakers, I'm here to speak about the fact that we also have a vision in the West Village for change. And Popeyes is not part of that vision. So when we learned, I actually learned from the city manager's report, thank you for that, that Popeyes was requesting a zoning variance to be there. We never saw notice. We never saw a notice on the building. Nobody in the neighborhood heard about it. So we thought, well, let's find out how people feel about it. So we devised a petition, and it went viral. We have 350 people who have signed this petition in opposition to Popeyes being there, and most of them live in the ward, work in the ward, own businesses in the ward, and do not want a Popeyes in that district. So, and I have the petition. I'm happy to share it. I will put it into the record. My understanding is that administrative review is only for non-controversial projects. This is clearly controversial. There were 75 people in person at Chrissy Harris's meeting, 20 people online. I've never seen that many people at a Second Ward meeting. I'm sorry. But they came because for the majority of them were opposed. That's why they came. This was not a formal hearing. What we would like to ask is that there be a formal process through the Land Use Commission where people can be heard and it can be reviewed. If it goes in favor of Popeyes, fine, but that's the democratic process. And as far as I still know, we still have a democracy in this country. We're losing it quickly, but our ask is that you let this play out democratically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Galloway, who will be followed by Olin Wilson-Thomas and then Greg Hummel.
Will choose to submit my comments to you in an email.
Thank you. The next speaker is Olin Wilson-Thomas, who will be followed by Greg Hummel and then Ray Friedman.
Good evening. My name is Olin Wilson Thomas, and I live in the 9th Ward. Everyone here tonight seems to stand for the same things. No one wants displacement, everyone wants affordability, no one wants more congestion. But when we're told by experts how we can address these mutual concerns, the reception starts to sour. When my grandpa bought one of the many vacant plots of land on Judson Avenue back in 1973 to build his house, there were objections to new housing being built. In fact, as early as the 1950s, people were claiming Evanston was at capacity. But as much as some Evanston residents may want, Evanston will not remain encased in amber. It's vital that we recognize that. I'm going to read you a quote that someone said here tonight. Quote, "They will use the power of the government to abolish zoning for single-family homes, destroy your property values by building giant multifamily apartment complexes, even next to your house, and force your community to pay for low-income housing developments right next door." But in fact, it was not an Evanston resident who said that quote tonight. It was Donald Trump. Here's the rest of it. The woke left is waging full-scale war on the suburbs, and their Marxist crusade is coming for your house, your tax dollars, your public safety, and your home. So in other words, Donald Trump and his cronies would wholeheartedly agree with many of the statements that we've heard here tonight. This is dangerous because we know why Trump agrees with these statements. He's afraid of immigrants, minorities, poor people, and anyone who lives a different life than he does. But the question is, what motivates the people, mostly liberals, in this room to take up these positions? That's what puzzles me. We are the city of Evanston, and we need to recognize that cities change over times. A city that isn't changing is a city that's fading. To the residents against new housing in Evanston, I'd like to leave you with this. Evanston changed for you to move here. Evanston residents welcomed for you when housing got built. Most of them didn't come to community meetings to decry your ability to move here. And I deeply hope that we will extend the same courtesy, kindness, and community-centered attitude that they gave to you so that we can continue being a welcoming community, which is an aspect of Evanston I hope we never lose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Greg Hummel, who will be followed by Ray Friedman.
Good evening. Greg Hummel from the 6th Ward, a 54-year resident of Evanston. I sympathize with the challenges you face. I've sent you comprehensive emails, 2 of them. You started with zoning. You also tried to eliminate R1 zoning. That was your biggest mistake. Your comprehensive plan has critical shortcomings. Let me list them. Fiscal planning gaps, no capital budget integration, no linkage to Evanston's bonding capacity, TIF revenues, or federal leverage. You haven't looked at TIFIA 49 or RIF as it relates to 30-year money at 4% treasury rates within a half a mile of transit or rail. That is made for Evanston. Missed opportunities for housing innovation. No meaningful consideration of modular or manufactured housing. There's a lot of that going on in Hartford and New Haven, all over the country, and there's a lot of strong capital behind it. You need to also address barriers to adaptive reuse. Your existing housing stock, as other speakers have pointed out, can be adapted to what you want, but you have to be creative about it. You have not completed a vacant land registry or heat map as it relates to things where you could develop in corridors near transit or rail. No transparent plan to recycle underutilized public properties, no forecasted yield by zoning typology under new land use maps. You've got a lot of work to do. A whole bunch of it is fiscal. And then you have to make some choices. But you can do it. Evanston's full of smart people who are passionate. You've heard a lot about that. Please don't try to ram this through against the wishes of so many thoughtful, concerned citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ray Friedman.
Good evening, everyone. I think for the first time in the 10 years that I lived here, I agree with everybody who's spoken before me. So thank you for that. I'm sorry that you didn't go along with Claire Kelly and give us 3 minutes to speak instead of 2. I don't know why that's a major issue. It seems like we need to have a dialogue, not just a public comment. I've been talking about that for years. Last time we had a dialogue, I think, was in the Parasol Room when we were given $44 million in ARPA money. And we had a good dialogue. I don't know what you're going to do with all the information that you have received tonight. I would love to know. There shouldn't be any major decisions made, anything spent over $100,000 without a referendum. Our money is being wasted, including right here, $2.5 million a year for this. What are we doing with City Hall? City Hall sitting there empty while we're spending $2.5 million here, $200,000 a month. I don't get it. We're still borrowing like crazy in general obligation bonds. Where's the money coming from? It doesn't make sense to me. So my question is, what are you going to do with all the information? I would love to hear George Halleck, you decide to get rid of on Land Commission. No reason at all. He was the best person to, I would love to know his opinion on this, on Envision 2045. My question, last question, is what's our vision for 2025? Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes the list of people who signed up in person to speak in person. We now move to those who signed up online to speak in person, beginning with Lisa Delantoni, followed by Frank Hill, and then Sarah Friedman, who I believe had to go home for childcare reasons. That's correct. Then it'll be followed by Mark Carlin. But I don't know if Ms. Delantoni is here either. In that case, we'll move ahead with Frank Hill. Oh, sorry. I guess we'll go back to Kira Kelly.
Hi, thank you so much. Just wanted to start with a quote, and that is, quote, "If a comprehensive plan does not accurately reflect the community's needs and expectations, then it is not an effective tool for the future." This is a quote from Teska & Associates. The trusted Evanston-based firm, often a partner with our city, and the firm behind Wilmette's successful downtown plan. Teska, this was part of their submission to the RFP for the comprehensive plan. Teska, turns out, from FOIA request we see was originally selected for Evanston's comprehensive plan process before that process was abruptly restarted. Maybe hijacked, I don't know, and awarded to the now fired HDR, a firm with zero related experience except for bringing to the table ZoneCo's pre-written Evanston zoning, commissioned by Joining Forces for Affordable Housing. So that's how the process was kicked off. And unfortunately, this plan does not reflect our community's needs and expectations. And nothing about this was a normal, neutral process conducted as most cities experience, and likely what Teska had in mind. When the rubber hits the road, this plan simply delivers the plan that we've heard a lot about from our mayor and Joining Forces and what is it advocated from the beginning. Yes, the city claims there were 70 meetings and surveys and such, but if the resulting document doesn't incorporate or misrepresents the feedback from these meetings, it doesn't count. In fact, it is worse than nothing. It's almost like there's a filter where no matter what comment goes in, wording that aligns with the administration's pre-existing goals comes out. And we've seen overwhelming opposition to increased density. This is repeated repeatedly at ward meetings, through public comment, documented in survey charts that we now see buried in the appendix, yet it was mischaracterized or erased. Meanwhile, surveys such as survey number 2 with just 200 respondents, but language that aligned with the, well, I'll stop there, but.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
The next speaker is Frank Hill, who will be followed by Mark Carlin and then Robert Keating.
Good evening. My name is Frank Hill. I'm a single-family homeowner in the 7th Ward, and I support a comprehensive plan and zoning code that eliminates exclusionary zoning. Done right, this can foster socioeconomic, racial, and ethnic integration throughout the city by emphasizing rental opportunities for low-income households and ownership opportunities for missing middle-income households across the city by right. Are we creating the quote-unquote most livable city in America for largely affluent white residents of the 1st, 6th, and 7th wards who have been commenting here tonight? Or will we include the folks who make Evanston run? Low-income service workers, middle-income teachers, nurses, police officers, Evanston government employees. How about Latin Americans who are suspiciously eyed across this country, detained, harassed, or worse, no matter what their citizenship status? Evanston is a sanctuary city, but we also have a 3 unrelated persons rule that punishes intergenerational living situations, which is what many of our residents can afford. How about Black Americans who are by and large middle income and leaving the city in droves? Some whose families came to Evanston decades ago to escape the violence and terror of Jim Crow, only to face segregation, redlining, and disinvestment here. The more I learn about the segregationist, racist, and classist roots of exclusionary zoning, the more I think that we would want to disavow such zoning here. Rezoning would go a long way toward creating affordable rental and ownership opportunities for the half of Evanston households earning $95,000 a year or less. Eliminating exclusionary zoning is not radical. It's being done across America, and its values aligned with who we say we are. I encourage you to reflect on eliminating inclusionary zoning and adopting a code that incentivizes and increases truly affordable development by right across the city. It's a small step toward creating the most livable city in America for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mark Carlin, who will be followed by Robert Keating and then Gabe Weiss.
My name is Mark Carlin, and I live in the 9th Ward. I understand opponents who are concerned about the character of their neighborhoods. We all have pride in our neighborhoods. But for most of us, we also are concerned about the character of Evanston as a whole. And the reality is, if we don't do anything to create an Evanston that is more inclusive of different classes and races, we will become an enclave that's increasingly limited to the wealthy. A case in point, as it has been noted earlier, the Black population in Evanston has been declining over the past 2 decades. In 2000, 22.5% of residents identified as Black. As of 2024, the Black population in Evanston, according to U.S. Census Bureau, was 14.8%. A case in point, in 2020, the then manager of human resources for the city told the Evanston Roundtable that only 143 of 704 full-time employees live in the city. And these statistics do not include teachers. 2-bedroom rental units average around $2,500 a month. That's $30,000 a year, according to 2 web real estate sources. Housing rentals are much higher. A case in point, Evanston used to have a vibrant community of tradespeople owning homes here. But now we are at a loss to find tradespeople concerned about the character of their neighborhoods because they have largely disappeared. If we are concerned about the character of Evanston rapidly losing its class and racial diversity, we must implement housing and rental policies that return our city to an embracing community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Robert Keating, who will be followed by Gabe Weiss and then Sue Lolbach.
Cities across the country have recommended and successfully adopted land use reforms in their comprehensive plans, such as reduced parking requirements, smaller minimum lot sizes, and more mixed use and missing middle development. Evanston stands to benefit from taking such steps too, and other policy interventions can help guide and support their implementation. For example, matching these policies with strong transportation commitments, a network of protected bike lanes, expanded hours and frequency for buses and trains, with accessible stations and a new station on the Yellow Line, and safer, pedestrian-focused complete street design is critical. Where people live and how they move through our city are inseparable subjects with coordinated intersecting solutions. When residents can safely bike to work or school, easily catch frequent buses and trains, or walk for their daily amenities, we have less car dependency. This makes it economically feasible to build housing that is more affordable, lowers household transportation costs, and reduces carbon emissions, traffic crashes, and air pollution. It's more equitable for those who cannot afford car ownership or for whom driving is not an option due to age, disability, or other circumstances. And with less trips by car, our existing road and parking capacity is freed up for those who must continue to drive, minimizing congestion concerns. Also critical, strategies such as prohibiting conversions of multifamily structures into single-family homes or short-term vacation rentals, allowing the subdivision of existing large single-family homes into multi-units. These strategies, too, have been successful in other communities and show there is depth and balance available when it comes to our housing policy options. This comprehensive plan pulls from elements of Evanston's history and existing urban design which have characterized and shaped the community over time. Walkability, density, proximity to transit, duplexes, all reasons I moved here. And the plan builds upon these qualities of ours for the next 20 years to make our city even better, more sustainable, more accessible, and more attainable. I strongly support the inclusion and strengthening of such policies, which will work together to increase the supply and variety of both housing and transportation options for Evanston. This is a generational opportunity to address our challenges through one integrated, positive vision for the future.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gabe Weiss, who'll be followed by Sue Lolbach, and then Sharimer Shavanis.
Gabriel Weiss, 5th Ward, Evanston, born and raised. I've lived in 2 flats and apartments all over Evanston near transit. I've lived and worked in all 9 wards. Now finally a homeowner in 5th, we chose our neighborhood for the community, and I don't plan to leave. I don't think my neighbors do either, but duplexes don't scare me. Alternatives to driving are better for our health, the environment, and the economy, as well as reducing traffic. And since I rode my bike here tonight, that's a parking space somebody else can use. The bike plan should clearly outline requirements for new construction. We must include, not just consider, all modes of travel and street projects. Physically protected lanes should be required on major routes identified by traffic data, especially near schools. Route connectivity is key. Mobility takes you from ward to ward. Design consistency needs to be citywide. Green streets should be implemented, prioritizing equity, safety, and connectivity needs, and improved crosswalk and traffic calming fixtures should be coordinated with the road remarking schedule. Also, I like Popeyes, and I'd like to go occasionally. I have a teenager, preteen, who loves the food, but it feels inconsistent with Evanston's equity goals to send the Popeyes issue to staff for approval and not the LUC for public input. Second Ward raised valid concerns and objections to more fast food in a food swamp. If it's sent to staff, I urge them to listen to the objections and proposals raised at the Second Ward meeting. So thank you, and thank you for being receptive to phone calls and emails from your constituents, as well as YouTube videos. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sue Lolbach, who will be followed by Sharimer Chavanis, and then Kevin Bodkin.
Good evening. I'm Sue Lolbach with Connections for the Homeless. I have submitted some fairly extensive written comments on the comprehensive plan that reflect our views. Increasing housing affordability is a priority in every community conversation. It should be a priority in the comprehensive plan too, and our submitted comments focus on how to make it an explicit goal. A comprehensive plan is supposed to be a document that sets the priorities that guide all the other sub-plans of a community. With priorities set by the comprehensive plan, the city can use tools like the strategic housing plan and the zoning code to put strategies in place to achieve its goals. Currently, Evanston zoning makes affordable development nearly impossible. That's why our new construction has mostly been luxury studios. Things like increasing density and streamlining processes won't make new affordable housing easy. We still need the federal government to invest more in housing programs. We need construction costs to go down, and we need a host of other almost impossible seeming things to happen. I get discouraged sometimes. But what I can't stand to see is barriers not being removed that we actually have control over. Our current zoning code and the lack of political will to change it is such a barrier. The other changes we ask for are that the implementation plan include mandates both for a detailed and actionable anti-displacement plan, as well as improved processes to ensure that input from all sectors of the community, especially those who are struggling with housing costs, have housing. You have heard from a lot of single-family homeowners today. Nearly half of Evanston's population is renters. They deserve a say too. And nearly half the population is housing cost burdened. They deserve the chance to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sharimer Chavanis, who will be followed by Kevin Bodkin and then Alf McConnell.
Good evening. My name is Sharimer Chavanis, Associate Director of Advocacy at Connections for the Homeless, where we served about 3,500 Evanstonians in fiscal year 2024. The comprehensive plan is a blueprint for the next 20 years. On page 13 of the revised draft plan, Survey 3 findings emphasized the need for inclusive urban planning and directly called for more affordable housing, removing restrictions on multifamily housing, strengthening inclusionary zoning, and adding tenant protections. These are not just recommendations, they're the voice of your constituents. We know the stakes. Currently, 1 in 3 Evanston households is cost burdened. The rates of families is declining, and school enrollment has dropped by over 20%. These are all connected to a housing market that is becoming increasingly unaffordable. Evanston is at a pivotal crossroad. Right now, more than 1 in 3 Evanston households are cost burdened. Our families are steadily declining. School enrollment has dropped 22% since 2018. These are not isolated issues. They are the predictable outcomes of a housing market that is increasingly unaffordable and exclusionary. A comprehensive plan is a blueprint for who gets to stay and who has no choice but to leave. We need strong, accountable language that centers affordability across all income levels to build pathways for seniors, families, and future generations. I urge you to craft a comprehensive plan that ensures Evanston remains a city for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kevin Bodkin, who will be followed by Alf McConnell, and then Sam Pascal.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, my fellow Evanstonians. My name is Kevin Bodkin. I'm a condo owner and father of 2 young kids in the 9th Ward, where I've lived with my wife for the past 8 years. I'm here to urge the Council to take a bold, progressive approach to the transportation section of the new comprehensive plan. While cars are convenient tools, the negative consequences of our current car-dependent society far outweighs their convenience. They're an environmental disaster, not just through their tailpipes, which is a huge issue with the ongoing climate emergency, but also through the particulate matter from the tires and the materials used to build them. They are incredibly dangerous. Over 40,000 Americans are killed in car crashes every year, and except for a short dip around 2010, that has been the case since the 1970s. While cars continue to become safer for their occupants due to their increasing size and weight, they are substantially more dangerous for the people outside the car, like my 2 kids. And here's a personal observation. They seem to make everyone so much angrier all the time. Think of all the wild road rage so many people seem to have. Think of how furious everyone gets being stuck in traffic, or if they have to wait an additional 30 seconds to get around someone trying to parallel park. They separate us from our neighbors and allow us to forget that everyone we see outside the car is a person too. Our city will be a better place if we all reduce how much we depend on our cars. As I said earlier, I'm a father of 2, and I understand that people are busy and stressed, and that expecting everyone to make their lives more difficult for the purpose of an ideal is absurd. To make wide-scale change a possibility, we have to provide safe, comfortable, and convenient alternatives to car usage. That means having a frequent and comfortable transit system that is usable to get throughout the entire city in a reasonable amount of time all day long. That means fully accessible train stations with elevators and modern facilities. That means sidewalks that are in good repair, clear of debris, and aren't so narrow that folks are regularly forced into the street, like along Chicago Avenue. And that means a safe, fully connected bicycle network throughout the city. I urge the Council and I urge the Mayor to take all of these thoughts into consideration in forming the strategic plan. Remember, make no small plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alf McConnell, who will be followed by Sam Pascal and then Stephen Sclair.
My name is Alf McConnell. I'm a longtime resident of Evanston and a real estate developer for the past 45 years. And for the past 30 years, I've developed affordable housing. First of all, concerning modifying the R1, R2 zoning, as I've stated in the past, this will not create affordable housing. Affordable housing needs to be located near transportation, in downtown areas, near shopping and services. I think there needs to be a study done as to the need for workforce housing, affordable housing, and for seniors in Evanston. Evanston needs to keep in mind that there is a cost of affordable housing. Currently, I'm paying $723 per unit per year for affordable housing. that means a large burden, tax burden, is passed off to other people. So it's a mistake for a municipality to develop an excessive number of affordable units that essentially benefit other municipalities. There's a building planned for 605 Davis Street. And as a result of a recently passed state legislation that will due to expire in 2034, Evanston will lose $40 to $50 million in real estate taxes. And that deficit needs to be covered by other taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sam Pascal, who will be followed by Stephen Sclair. And then the following speaker is Kat Vielma, who I believe also had to leave because of a child care issue. And I want to apologize to the several speakers who were not able to stay because of child care. I know that puts a thumb on the scale of who's able to speak, but also I do feel like there's benefit in giving everyone the full 2 minutes we've given, and so we've struck the best balance we could. And again, I'm sorry that some had to leave. Go ahead, Sam.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about parking, and especially I think there's been this idea that we need to improve transit before reforming our parking regime. Setting aside that most of Evanston is within the catchment of heavy rail, I'd like to point everyone to a really interesting paper called What Do Residential Lotteries Show Us About Transportation Choices by Adam Millard Ball, which showed that building parking spaces encourages car ownership regardless of transit options. He used the housing lottery in San Francisco, which basically got us the closest thing we're ever going to get to a randomized control trial on how the built environment affects transit and car use. Among housing transit lottery winners in San Francisco, whether their unit came with a bundled parking space or not had a greater impact on their driving habits than the quality of the public transit where their housing was. When you build a parking space and force someone to pay for it, they will use it. Evanston's current parking regime is not transit neutral and it actively encourages car ownership. Parking minimums encourage car ownership and are therefore counterproductive to their stated goals. When the owner of that car, which we've encouraged and subsidized through parking minimums, is driven, it adds congestion, it takes up space on the street when that person arrives at the destination much after they've left their off-street parking space. And in the study I referenced earlier, even when individuals kept their cars, the fact that they had to get an off-street parking space at a garage that was not in their building meant that they drove far less, which lowered congestion and consumption of on-street parking. Furthermore, providing this parking isn't free. Parking spots are rented for hundreds of dollars per month. Making it free by having it bundled with rent or provided by the city doesn't remove that cost. It just pushes it onto renters in the city. Reforming Evanston's parking regime, starting with removing parking minimums, will lower rents, decrease car ownership, reduce congestion, and finally require that the choice to own a personal automobile means taking on the full cost of doing so without expecting the rest of us to chip in for the cost of storing personal vehicles. Ending societal subsidization of car ownership must be a key point of the comprehensive plan if we're serious about reaching our climate, equity, and affordability goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Stephen Sclair. Stephen Sclair here. If not, we now move to the online comments. Again, I'm not 100% sure if these are all for tonight, but we'll begin with Brian Sullivan, who will be followed by Christine Escobar, and then Darlene Cannon. I believe Brian Sullivan is not in the Zoom at this time. Okay. In that case, we'll go ahead with Christine Escobar, who will be followed by Darlene Cannon.
I'm a commissioner on the Equity and Empowerment Commission and a 16-year Evanston resident in the 2nd Ward. It's concerning to see that Popeyes Fast Food is proposing doing business on the 1800 block of Dempster. The city of Evanston should prioritize approval of small, independently owned businesses who can better meet the needs of our communities than a corporate chain can. Adding a Popeyes would make this area a food swamp. Food swamps are characterized by an overabundance of unhealthy food options, whereas food deserts are defined by a lack of food retailers. Food swamps disproportionately affect vulnerable populations, including low-income communities, racial and ethnic minorities, and children, and expose these groups to unhealthy food marketing and provide limited access to healthy food options, exacerbating existing health disparities. Policy interventions like restricting the density of fast food restaurants and convenience stores can play a crucial role in regulating unhealthy food marketing, particularly in our vulnerable communities. Fast food like Popeyes increases the health disparities in the 2nd and nearby 5th wards, which puts our residents of color at risk for negative health outcomes, reduced quality of life, and shortened lifespans.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Darlene Cannon.
Thank you. Darlene Cannon, 2nd Ward. We do not need another fast food chain like Popeyes at Dempster and Dodge. This intersection is already saturated with unhealthy options: McDonald's, Burger King, Subway, Buffalo Wild Wings, and 2 pizza establishments. This area is considered a food swamp, a place where unhealthy food options far outweigh healthy ones. Evanston Thrive's West Village plan, residents' desire for a sit-down restaurant that offers healthy dining experiences. The E-Plan that was created with the health department stated that Black people die 13 years sooner than whites in Evanston. In our more affluent areas, residents are more likely to have the financial means to buy fresh, healthy foods. In lower income areas, fast food establishments engage in predatory marketing, $2.99 deals, deals offering heavily processed, high sodium meals at cheap prices aimed directly at vulnerable populations. The businesses rely on these tactics. We are the first city in the nation to have reparations, yet we have a 13-year death rate gap. Are we looking to widen the gap by bringing Popeyes here? In regards to Envision 2045, this plan does not have a land trust. I hear no talk about home ownership, just rentals. Upzoning will complete the gentrification and displacement of the Black community. I also heard some talk about school population. According from the school board meetings I went to, it's because many families have chosen to send their kids to private schools. So it's probably, what you're saying and this as well. And the same folks getting, these are the same people who are getting reparations. We need protective zoning that will ensure that all marginalized people are not displaced by developers and special interest groups with hidden agendas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes public comment for the evening. We have obviously one item on our agenda. Would someone care to make a motion to facilitate a discussion on SP1?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to open discussion on SP1, the Envision Evanston 2045 Draft Comprehensive Plan.
Second. Councilmember Rogers, who once again fills in the breach and saves me from the awkwardest of silences, moves that we discuss the draft comprehensive plan. Comprehensive NUSMA barely getting in under the wire, seconds the motion. And we now have a presentation. And as I understand it, you envision it as the presentation will be interactive. In other words, we'll discuss along the way items that you present for our consideration. And I just want to remind the council that all of us have in our inboxes opportunities to share written comments. I would extraordinarily strongly urge everyone to do so. We're going to continue to have opportunities to share a variety of types of input. I think this evening it's important for us to provide some responses to the questions that we're hearing from staff, because again, they have been confronted with a variety of different points of view on these topics, and for them to have clarity on how to go forward in preparing a draft for the next meeting, they need feedback from us on these topics. Councilmember Kelly?
We can be at ease for 5 minutes after that 2 hour before we embark into.
Sure. So let's stand at ease. But I really ask it to be 5 minutes because it's an important topic. So we'll stand at ease for 5 minutes and we'll reconvene at 8:53 sharp. No, that's now, 8:58 sharp. The hour of 8:58 has come, and I, with deep regret, report also gone. And so the city council will come back to order. Okay. We now have a quorum back in the room. I would urge anyone else within the sound of my voice to join them. We need order in the chamber, please, as the presentation begins. Oh, I guess we have one error in our public comment. There's one more speaker, Jim Signorelli.
Thanks for making room for me. I am Jim Signorelli from the 7th Ward. And I'd like to say that the comprehensive plan talks a lot about development and addresses cultural, health, and community issues, and not just economic growth. And for that reason, I think it's a good idea. And I know we all want Evanston to grow in a way that keeps people rooted here. However, as you've heard repeatedly tonight, there are lots of issues. And being a long-term resident of Evanston, I'd like to highlight an issue that I hope I won't have to deal with, and that's displacement. The plan talks a lot about minimizing displacement. I counted. The phrase minimize or prevent displacement shows up 27 times throughout the comprehensive plan. But without real policies behind it, that's 27 different ways of saying we hope displacement doesn't happen. The plan frames this issue nicely, but there's no picture inside. It leaves out too much. No emergency rental assistance, no protection against eviction, no strategy to prevent speculative buying, and no meaningful investment in community land trusts that could keep housing affordable permanently. And if you really want to minimize displacement, I think you should give serious consideration to property tax relief for long-term homeowners and seniors, especially those on fixed incomes that may shrink by 2033 when Social Security is projected to run short on funding. This plan says the right things, but if we don't back up these words with action, we risk building a future where development moves forward and the people who built this community move out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we now move to the presentation. And again, I just want us to preface this by saying there'll be a series of issues raised and described, and then opportunities for us to weigh in. And I would ask folks to keep their comments as focused as possible so we can give staff the kind of direction that they need to continue developing drafts for our next meeting that are consistent with the wishes of this body. Please go ahead.
I'm a little unclear on the format. Can you just?
All right, so you have in your packet, starting, let's see, about halfway through page 4 of 193 or 2 of 191, a series of boldface items with little bullets under them. Those are, like, starting with Evanston tomorrow, population projections, So those are items that have basically where there's been ambiguity, where maybe there was disagreement within the Land Use Commission, or maybe there was significant public comment tonight even on different points of view, or maybe there was tension between what the survey results dictate and what the Land Use Commission said, or something similar. These are decision points where our guidance to staff is important as they then prepare drafts for us for our next meeting, which I believe is scheduled to be July 21st, but well, people are nodding, so great job. So we're going to have those issues kind of described and teed up so that the particular ambiguity or question or tension is clarified. Then we'll have a discussion to give them some guidance. Then we'll move on to the next one. So go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Best, and Council.
Sorry, we're breaking world records for streamline process over here. Councilmember Nusva.
I just want to ensure we have a streamlined process that allows the structured conversation, but then allows some additional input in areas that aren't highlighted in in the memo. So maybe we won't get to those tonight, so I want to make sure we have
So I would say,
time to provide that feedback as well.
so I want to reiterate, we all have a document, which I think is a really important tool to use. If there is something else that you feel requires a conversation between council, where just adding your thoughts in the document is inadequate, I'll give folks the opportunity to raise issues like that at the end of this meeting. But the point is that the places where it's most clear that we have to have like a real back and forth discussion are places where staff already knows they're not sure what direction to go. And so I want to make sure we get through those first. Councilmember Burns, followed by Rogers.
And I was also told that one way that I think staff was looking at this is that much of, I think Councilman Newsom, what you're talking about would happen in July. And so I just, especially at this late hour, I just want to be careful because I was prepared. I think we've all put in our feedback. We've been given until the 3rd to put in all of our feedback. And I think the idea was we would discuss everything that we put into that in July and not tonight. And I think that's probably the right course of action, considering that we're starting the deliberation at this time.
Councilmember Rogers.
I would just request that before we wrap up tonight, that we do take a look at the vision as well and make sure that we're all kind of, because that's the starting point of all of this as well. So before we all start putting in our individual comments, making sure that we understand and agree on what that vision is. So that'd just be my request.
The last speaker before the presentation begins is Councilmember Kelly.
I agree. I mean, we should have a discussion about the vision statement as a starting point. So I hope we can go over that. But while I'm on the mic, I just have to say, I am concerned, and I know Councilmember Davis, about what I heard about Popeyes tonight. Can't that go to the Land Use Commission? It's a administrative review use, and certainly that should be deferred to Land Use Commission. If there's pushback, I don't understand why it wouldn't go there. Ms. Flax, can that be deferred to Land Use Commission?
So I'm going to cut this off.
Sorry, but there was so much. I'm a little shocked by what I heard.
Right, you're welcome to have a conversation with Councilmember Harris, in whose ward this is. You're welcome to talk with staff. We're here to talk about the comprehensive plan tonight. Please go ahead.
No false starts. All right. Well, thank you, Mayor Biss and council members. I'm going to keep going before someone throws us for a loop. But it's a pleasure to be here tonight to present our Envision Evanston 2045 draft with the recommended amendments proposed by the Land Use Commission. So providing a little bit more clarity as well, if you don't mind going to the next slide. What is our purpose here tonight? So as Mayor Biss also emphasized, there were so many different conversations. We've heard lots of feedback from community members through surveys, through our first set of community outreach efforts, through our second set of community outreach efforts, and through all of our Land Use Commission meetings. And so with that, now we have heard a lot of conflicting opinions. So what does that mean for you? Now is your time to discuss. What does the council plan to include in this? What direction would they like to offer staff so that we can support our evaluation of all of your comments, which will follow up shortly in terms of a schedule. But the goal today is to discuss those high-level topics so that we can provide that clarity to staff and so that we can prepare all of the items that are necessary for your discussion on July 21st. Next slide, please. Thank you. And again, just looking over these next steps. So tonight is our essential kickoff, if you will. A few of you have gone into that Google Doc and added some comments, which we really appreciate, getting ahead of the curve here. But we do ask that you enter your comments by July 3rd into that Google Doc. You'll also find all of our current strategic plans are there to supplement your research, especially if you have any questions about different data points. And then on the 21st, we will compile that similar to what we did with the Land Use Commission review for counterpoints and items of consensus, if you will.
All right, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, Clerk Mendoza, City Manager Stowe, Liz Williams with Community Development Department. So our first policy item for discussion this evening circles around population projections. The original draft did include some population projections, but currently the draft does not provide any guidance related to population growth over the 20-year time horizon. So I wanted to provide a little bit of context in terms of what was included in the original draft. The recommendation at that time was to take a look at the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, or CMAPS, which is our regional source for socioeconomic forecasts for our region. CMAP's On to 2050 plan is the long-range plan that kind of guides and sets a vision and strategy for regional growth, transportation, development, and investment decisions through the year 2050. So a large component of that plan is regional population projections. The model to arrive at those projections take into consideration births, deaths, and migration that is happening within the region. The plan also incorporates employment projection based on national and state data, sector trends, and labor force participation. The plan then breaks those regional population and economic projections into municipal level projections. So those local area allocation forecasts are guided by weighted factors such as existing density and growth trends, infill and reinvestment potential within communities, access to transit and highways, property values, and local planning boundaries or zoning. For Evanston, the 2050 plan forecasts the population will increase by approximately 7.3% in Evanston by 2045. This equates to a population increase of approximately 600 people, inclusive of household and group quarters. So just wanted to provide that context as you kind of provide direction on whether or not you would like staff to present a population projection for this plan document. So I'll turn it over to you for discussion.
Is there any Councilmember Burns, followed by Nusma?
No real discussion for me. Yes, absolutely.
Councilmember Nusma?
More data is always good as long as we understand the limitations or constraints that it comes with. So I want to ask you some questions about that.
Absolutely.
So these numbers are, based on area averages, a whole bunch of assumptions.
Yep.
And, according to those calculations, it says plus 7.3% for Evanston.
That's correct.
But does that assume our existing mix of housing stock?
So it takes into consideration our household populations as a whole. It doesn't really break it down by housing type and how that population is distributed across the housing stock. But it really takes into factors, as I mentioned, kind of our existing density here in the community and the growth trends over time. So looking back in history, how Evanston's population has kind of oscillated over time. It also takes a look at infill potential. So that is zoning regulation, available land for future development. It also, takes into consideration transportation options and opportunities within the community and property values and our local planning boundaries. So those are some of the factors that go into those assumptions. And, CMAP is our regional source for looking at this information. There's no such thing as perfect when it comes to data.
Right.
There's obvious caveats.
The only thing we know for sure is that the population in 2045 is probably not going to be exactly 7.3% larger than it is
It
now.
potentially will not. And one of the things that we will do as part of implementation of the comprehensive plan is do those 5-year assessments where we can come back, we can check in on that population projection and how we're trending. If we're seeing that the population trend is higher than what we were expecting, that can lead to potential amendments that would need to be incorporated into the plan to be able to address those changes in the dynamics that we had planned for 5 years earlier.
Okay, I think that makes sense because that projection is a result of a fairly complicated formula with a number of inputs, each of which has a margin of error.
Yep.
Individually, and then compiled, the margin of error is fairly significant. So simply putting that number in without understanding that context would not be appropriate.
Yeah, and in our discussions with CMAP staff, they felt that the population projections that they had provided as part of that report, they're constantly evaluating and they're taking a look at that based on real world implications and what has played out. So they too are doing those assessments, but to your point, absolutely. There's a ton of assumptions that go into it and it's not perfect, but it's the best information we have available to ensure that we are proactively planning for our future.
And it also underscores the importance of periodically reviewing the plan and revising it as conditions change.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks.
Councilmember Hadakatis, followed by Kelly, followed by Rogers.
I would second, yes, please put the population projections in. And I also thank you for reminding us that we have to do our job and review this every 5 years. Part of the reason why this has been as messy as it has been is we haven't done this work for 25 and 30 years. So I think constantly checking back and making sure that we're making the right assumptions and also taking into account the changing world, I think is really important. So leave it at that.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Rogers. Sorry.
Thank you. And I'd ask also, since we're looking at a 20-year plan, for all of these snapshots that we have, the past 10 years and the past 20, so that we can really see trends. I don't think we can see that in any of these. For almost every statistic there, we need to see what the trend has been in order to better determine what our goals are going forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. I would just add also that I think kind of picking up on what Councilmember Nusma said, that this be presented in such a way so that it is an explanation of based on current trends, based on this sort of stuff, instead of just a flat, we anticipate 7.3% increase over the next 20 years.
Okay, I think you have pretty clear direction. Let's move to the next item.
Could I get an assist on the next slide? All right, so moving on to neighborhoods and places. So as part of the plan, it talks about prioritizing new development in Evanston within centers and corridors. Currently, the draft plan does not incorporate a map to identify where those are located, and I think this was a big discussion item as part of the Land Use Commission deliberations that actually resulted in moving to kind of the neighborhood and places and spaces concept. But just to provide a little bit of context, potential centers or corridors, starting with corridors first, could be along Central Street, Emerson, Church, Dempster, Main, Oakton, Howard, Ridge, Dodge, Chicago are a couple of mixed-use corridors that we could identify. There's already that built environment there, and it's something that, as we look forward to future conversations on zoning, will help to show kind of more context around where those changes may be appropriate for mixed-use areas. Centers could be around our existing transit stations within the community, Green Bay and Central, Crawford Central, Grosse Pointe, Dodge and Dempster is another example. But looking for guidance this evening as to whether or not the council would like staff to propose a centers and corridor map to identify those high priority areas along existing transit hubs and major corridors.
Council Hadakatis, followed by Burns, followed by Nusma.
I would say yes. I think the feedback that I'm getting and the thing that when I'm looking at this plan is that this is for 2045. I think the way we're going to live in the world and exist in this world is going to change. And I think we want to promote walkability. And I think adding mixed use along corridors is really smart. And that can be a changing environment. I think, one of the things I like that I heard tonight from public comment was talking about future, trying to prioritize and facilitate future expansion of public transportation. I know that's really tough with this current landscape, but it's something we should look forward to so that we're not so car-centric. And that's something that I think, it could likely change every 5 years, but it's something we should have an eye on to facilitate.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Nusma, followed by Rogers.
Our transit-oriented area is different from transit corridors?
No, it's
the same.
It's synonymous from my perspective, yes.
So when you say Emerson, then what do you know offhand what part of Emerson you're thinking about?
I think this would be the area closest to Green Bay Road, kind of extending from that area,
Going east,
and then
okay.
also a little bit west of Green Bay Road as well, where you have the existing kind of mixed use, a little bit of commercial up until a little bit before Jackson, I would say.
And so how are we defining TOD areas?
So TOD typically, the standard best practice is what we would recommend as part of this. It could be either a quarter mile, half mile, depending on the nature of the transit hub. But currently our TOD is approximately between an eighth of a mile or a quarter of a mile, depending on where it lands on the map.
I should have said, how are we defining transit hubs? That's what I'm into.
So transit hubs are going to be our existing locations of rail stations in Evanston. They'd also be where like high capacity transit bus routes within the community. So Dodge and Dempster is one example that comes to mind that could potentially be a transit hub because of the fact that you have that pace bus going east-west along that corridor there.
So it can fall within that category, even if it's just one route. It's not areas where there are multiple routes that all converge in an area.
I think it's a little bit of both, and I think
Okay.
what we would want to do is try to identify the scale of those transit hubs, because obviously when you have, the train going at a high frequency as opposed to maybe a bus, which is a little less frequent, it may help to evaluate the scale of future development at those locales just based on the existing transit opportunities.
Yes, I support a map. I think I also want us to work on defining what this body means by transit hubs. I think that's going to be an important discussion, and I want to take some time to get that right. But if we get that right, yes, I would support a map identifying these areas. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Nusma,
So,
followed by
Mayor
Rogers.
Biss, there's no way for me to raise my hand. And so could you give a recommendation of how I can get in the queue for
Yeah, just text me.
making comments?
Just text me and
Okay,
I'll put you in the
sounds
queue. Do you want to be in the queue now?
Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay. Councilmember Nusma, followed by Rogers, followed by Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my answer to this question would be, it seems like yes should be the answer, but am I missing something? Like, what are the pros and cons? Like, why would we not want to include this map? Are there any legitimate or significant reasons that we should be aware that including this map might be a bad thing?
Yeah, from staff's perspective, no. I think it provides future guidance in terms of where we would want to see or prioritize potential new development here in the community. And as I mentioned to Councilmember Burns, it's really about giving those areas some scale and definition in terms of what potential future development would look like at those locations.
I mean, including a map that shows where the transit lines are is fairly obvious. We're not really adding anything to the document that people don't already understand. But by adding the map, I think we are then kind of foreshadowing the zoning conversation yet to come that would suggest that within those areas, we might allow more density.
Yeah, and I would say the comprehensive plan is already structured to prioritize that approach. So it talks a lot about prioritizing new development along transit and near existing hubs or mixed use areas in the community already. So that's one of the big shifts that has occurred as part of the kind of evolution of this draft, is really promoting new development along in those locations.
But including this map would not be zoning.
That's absolutely correct. It's just giving context as to when we say those centers and corridors, it would provide context on where they are.
In that context, it makes complete sense.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Rogers, followed by Davis, followed by Isles, followed by Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Williams.
I know, I hear it. Let's go.
We've had this discussion before on centers and corridors.
Yes.
And my concern is that when we're addressing corridors, that corridors change over blocks in time. Or not in time, but as you drive east, west, north, south, Howard Street is an example, Chicago's another one, as are most of our streets. So I want to take great care in identifying corridors and being cognizant of the fact that what one block on Howard Street is, a block a quarter mile down the road may be very different. And so that's one of the things that I do want to make sure, if we're going to do this, that that's addressed in there. That we don't just kind of take large swaths of land and identify them as being similar when the built environment is not similar. And I don't think the built environment would remain, or would suddenly become similar either in those. The other thing that I have a slight concern about transit hubs with buses, because development is permanent, bus routes are not.
Sure.
Train routes are a little harder to change. So I think we just need to be very cognizant again of, if we're putting in transit hubs, that we're identifying areas where they are most likely not to change. Dodge Dempster is an example. You've got two major streets coming together there, large shopping plaza. People are going to go there typically. But I want to make sure that when we're looking at other transit hub areas, I think those should be very few and far between.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis, followed by Isles, followed by Kelly.
Yeah, so with regards to the population estimates in the last discussion, I wanted to add a comment since I didn't have a chance. And I just wanted to request that we, maybe it's similar to what Councilmembers Rogers and Newsom were mentioning. I'd like low estimates and high estimates, so conservative and aggressive for what we think the range can be. So instead of giving like a flat number, high number would be X percent, low number would be Y percent. And I guess my next question or just comment is, with regards to identifying corridors, will there be any mention of the plans that we already have for certain corridors? So, you know, of course, I'm representing the 7th Ward and we already have a Central Street corridor plan. Do we intend to incorporate the plan and the mentions or references that are made in there and the, I guess, recommendations that have already been decided in that plan?
So I think I would lean on council to direct that particular point. I think the whole impetus of this planning process is to not necessarily forget all of the planning efforts and work that has gone into this community over time, but also recognizing that those plans were developed previously and we have seen an evolution in our needs as a community. So I seek your direction on whether or not you want us to replicate the existing plans, or if you want to focus on the future and how Evanston will continue to evolve over time.
Okay. Well, I'll say that for the, I've looked through the Central Street plan and I don't see much of a deviation from what I would expect us to kind of need now. So, and that's all I have.
Councilmember Isles, followed by Kelly.
Okay, so I am a fan of putting the map in. The Chicago corridor in the 3rd Ward is an obvious corridor with public transportation and mixed use. It also has a soon to be completed, knock on wood, Chicago corridor plan. So I think it would be appropriate to include something like that, since it is a little bit in our future. The reason I turned my light on is because when you were talking to Councilmember Newsma, you used the word scale. And that's a conversation we've had in the 3rd Ward a lot about the Chicago corridor. And I just want to be clear about the meaning of the word scale. We're not talking about zoning yet.
That's
We're not
absolutely
talking about the height of buildings. So what did you mean when you used the word scale?
Yeah, I think what was contemplated early on in drafts and kind of as we consider different land use typologies is really around kind of the concepts of pocket mixed use areas, kind of a little more middle of the road mixed use areas, and then you have your more dense, densely populated mixed-use centers or corridors. And so to Councilmember Rogers' perspective, a street like Chicago Avenue wouldn't have the same mixed-use, scale. And it does need to kind of contemplate how that evolves along that entire corridor. And so that's what I mean by scale, is giving kind of context and definition to those different pockets along corridors, because they are not homogeneous.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. So as we contemplate increased density at our TOD areas, I guess I would just like to know if you could you tell us how many units right now could be added to Evanston as of right, built out to sort of the allowable envelope between empty lots and buildings that aren't to the full scale where they could be? I mean, what is that number?
I would not be able to provide that number tonight.
Okay, I think that's an important number for us to have as we contemplate adding, like how much could currently be added with what we have. So I would like to know that number. And generally, where it's located. I think that's really essential that we know that. Thank you.
At this time, no one is asking to speak again for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Newsom with 4:15 left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question on my list, and it seems like now might be the right time to ask it. Kind of interrogating the underlying assumptions of transit-oriented development. And I think one of the underlying assumptions in support of transit-oriented development is that people will continue to travel to work, either in their personal vehicles or by public transit. But in the context of the economic changes, artificial intelligence, work from home trends, the movement of Evanston's economy towards a knowledge-based economy, how valid is that assumption that people are still going to go somewhere else to work? And could that have an impact on transit-oriented development and our plans for the future?
So
please summarize your PhD dissertation.
Yeah,
in
no kidding.
5 easy sentences.
From a kind of regional look and look at Evanston's population, some of what we've learned from conversation with CMAP is that our population as a region as a whole will continue to age. And so from an economic standpoint, people traveling to work, kind of the workforce mobility across the community, it is likely to be compressed because folks have aged out of the workforce. And so that's going to present an interesting dynamic moving forward for the region in terms of economic and mobility to go to work. So I don't know if that necessarily answers your question very well, but I would say that there will be dynamics around how employment and getting to work and how that will evolve over time. I would say that transit-oriented development here in Evanston has been very successful. We have several examples of new development that have, prioritized housing over cars, which is one of the fundamental principles of transit-oriented development. And they've found it to be very successful because folks are able to quickly access existing transit routes and get to where they need to go, be it their job in downtown Chicago or elsewhere.
Great, thank you. I apologize for springing such a
It's okay.
loaded, big picture question on you with no notice.
It's okay.
Good work, thank you.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 4:25 left.
Thank you. Again, as related to the transit-oriented development, since the assumption, which makes sense, is, to facilitate using public transportation, but do we know, do we have some, can you provide us with some studies about how, when, where people are using cars, how much. I think that would be helpful in terms of really understanding the need or the effectiveness of adding development here.
Certainly, we can provide some additional resources for you to dig into related to transit-oriented development.
Based on Evanston statistics of how, when, and where people use cars.
Can you elaborate a little bit specifically what you're looking for? Just one more time,
Yeah,
just
so
so I'm
like,
clear.
so where do you see high car usage? Where don't you see who's using cars? If we have a lot of students living downtown, are they actually using are they not using cars? I mean, who's living, who do you expect to be living there that will not be using cars, and based on what data?
Thank you for that clarity.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Hedekadis with 4 minutes left.
I'm good. You can skip me.
Look at that modeling. At this time, no one is requesting to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Rogers with 3:20 left.
I'd just like to respond to something Councilmember Newsmith said. I think we have to be careful also. Transit-oriented development is for how people live lives, not just work. One of the benefits of living where I live is I can jump on the red line or purple line and be downtown very quickly for theater, for dining, for meeting friends, doing whatever. So I think we need to keep in mind that whereas people do drive to work and transit to work, they also do their daily lives that way. So just keeping that in mind as well.
So this is a great discussion. There's a lot of more. I think you got a lot more than yes or no, but you also got a yes.
No, this is helpful
yeah.
clarity. I think
Yeah.
I know where we're headed on this, so thank you.
Great. So now let's move to the next item, still within the neighborhoods and places topic.
So this one is related to an action directing the creation of an urban design commission. This was added in the second draft that went to the Land Use Commission, and then they further modified it to clarify from committee to commission. So you may recall, if you were a member of the City Council or following along back a couple of years ago, there was a referral made and it was presented at the Planning and Development Committee. The committee at that time voted to defer the consideration of creating a new commission to the Envision Evanston process so that it could be considered in conjunction with proposed updates to our development review process. So just looking to understand from the council this evening how you feel about creating a new city-led advisory commission, or whether you would be open to bolstering the duties of our Land Use Commission or Historic Preservation Commission to address design as it relates to new development here in Evanston. I would want to just put a shout out to Councilmember Kelly for all of her work and leadership on the creation of this particular commission. There's been a lot of work that has gone into that. And so any further clarity that the council would like to provide on the creation of that body would be very helpful because it's currently just listed as one action within the plan.
Councilmember Hedekadis, followed by Kelly, followed by Davis, followed by Isles, followed by Nusma.
Add me to your list as well.
Followed by Rogers, who last time he was called on just openly admitted to dining outside of Evanston.
I did. I did. I live on a border.
So I think this is a potential useful tool. One thing I think we have to be very careful about is, let me see how I can put this. I personally moved to Evanston to live in an urban city environment. I did not want to live in a gated community. I don't think we should be having super strict design, cookie cutter, plans that people have to follow, but I think this could streamline our development so that, early on in the process, I think the way I see this potentially being helpful is early on in the process, before we even get to the really fully fleshed out plans, the developer could come before the design commission or, maybe in, one type of meeting at Land Use Commission, to just do a general review, just so they don't get too far along in the process. You don't want people to come to us with things that we know the community doesn't want. And I think this would be a useful way to kind of, besides our zoning, have kind of community standards. I know, people are concerned about character of the neighborhood. I saw, I'll be pretty frank, ugly signs with ugly gray boxes because people were concerned that, you'd have these nameless boxes, and that's not what we're trying to do here. Like, we all want good design, but I want us to be careful because it's very subjective. I like modern buildings. There's, architects that now everyone loves that at the time people hated on. So I want us to be very careful about that, but I think this could be a really useful tool.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Davis, followed by Isles, followed by Nusma, followed by Rogers.
Thank you. Are these slides in our packet?
No, they're not.
They're
I believe
not.
they'll be posted online, though.
Okay.
The questions are there.
They're in the memo. Yeah, the questions are in the memo that was
Yeah, the
released.
content, I think, so far has been verbatim copied from the memo.
That's correct.
Okay, I guess I'm not seeing that, but anyway, okay. Well, obviously, I feel very strongly.
It's near the bottom of page 4 of 193 or 2 of 191 in the packet.
Okay, I'm in the packet on the bottom of page 4 of 193.
4 of 193.
Okay. All right, Jonathan, thanks.
It's right down there.
Okay, where does it say? Okay. Thank you. So yeah, I feel very strongly about this. I know we had voted in the previous term to eliminate the Design and Project Review Committee because we thought it should have a more public facing legislative capacity. And I do think, I agree, I think this can save developers a lot of time. I know recently when I met with an architect for a recently approved development, and we talked about, how it could have perhaps better worked with the surrounding neighborhood, with the Daniel Burnham building and everything else, and we talked about the Urban Design Commission, or it can also be called a Community Design Commission. He said that would be really great. He wished we had that. He would like to have consulted with people ahead of time to get off on the right track. And it's not only about design, it's about how it meshes with the community in terms of the culture of a community as well. So it's not strictly the physical design aspect. So, and I know this was a thought that this would, and also I credit to Design Evanston. They were very much involved. For about 2 years, we worked very hard. We visited all online, other urban design commissions across the nation. This is very common now. It's in Wilmette, it's in Chicago. It's just many cities now have these design commissions. So I hope we'll be supportive of moving forward with that. And it's much more fleshed out. I guess had I known this was going to be on here, there's been a lot written. I know Kate Sterling, and I think Liz too, you also worked a lot on this. There's a lot more to this than what you're seeing right here. So I feel like out of fairness, everybody should see all the work that's already been done on this. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis, followed by Isles, Nusma, Rogers.
Yeah, so I kind of agree with Councilmember Kelly in that I have no idea what the Urban Design Commission is. There was no description of it in the packet. And I'm not sure where we were supposed to find out the information as to what it means. I could be open to it, but I don't think any context was given really at all. So I would like to say that I err on the side of us not completely throwing it out. I think we need to have a little bit further discussion. And if Councilmember Kelly would like to send more documents or details explaining what the commission is, I will try to follow up with staff afterwards with my thoughts on it. That's it.
Councilmember Isles, followed by Nusma, Rogers.
So I definitely didn't look at the list of boards and commissions and go, hey, we need one more. But as long as it makes the process easier, if it can save developers time and it doesn't become an additional layer of red tape that just gets in the way of building, then I'm all for exploring this.
Councilmember Nusma, followed by Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I completely endorse the objective here, the objective of making sure that future Evanston is something that looks and feels nice. I have cited as one of my points of reference on this a visit I made to Champaign a few years ago for the first time in 25 years since I graduated, and being really kind of turned off by the development that had happened in such a haphazard manner. So I totally get the need for this. But picking up on what Councilmember Isles noted, I'm not sure adding another board is the way to go. It's counter to some of the goals that we state elsewhere in this document about wanting to simplify the process and make it easier for folks. So I think it might boil down to who's on that commission and what kind of power and authority they have. And having a commission where it's all architects arguing about fenestration styles might not be super productive. So if there's another way to achieve this objective without putting another step into the process, I would like to at least consider that. And maybe it looks like an ad hoc committee coming up with some design guidelines, which can then be referenced at the Land Use Commission or by staff or eventually by council, rather than having a board officially weigh in. We kind of unofficially have this already with Design Evanston. So that might be another option as well, is just to let it continue with unofficial design oversight through that committee. But all options on the table for me, but I'm not going to, at this point, fully endorse the idea of adding another committee or commission.
Councilmember Rogers.
I would not be in favor of Land Use Commission or Preservation Commission taking on any additional role here. I think it blurs their missions to have them also looking at the design aspect of things. I think the idea is a good one. I think that if there were a way to make it an informal discussion, I get concerned when we have people having to move through 4 or 5 different commissions because we don't always agree. And so what takes precedent? One of the issues that came up on land use with the tree ordinance was, well, what happens when the tree ordinance is in direct conflict with the best place to put your garage or something like this? Who wins? With preservation, if preservation wants something but land use wants something different, who wins? And so by adding another one into that as a formal recommending body, I think that creates a potential for us to steer developers down a path that then land use or preservation or somebody else just says no. That's not what we're wanting. So I'm not opposed to it, but I think it needs to be a little more informal of a structure. And I've actually talked with Jack Weiss at Design Evanston. He brought this up to me. And I said, is there a way that we can formalize that relationship a bit more? So that, it's not really in the chain of command, as it were, but that they know what good design is. They kind of know what Evanston is looking for. So that's just my thoughts on that.
Councilmember Burns.
I think this is something we should discuss at the next meeting. I was also thinking about Design Evanston. Did not know they were founded, I think it said on their website, in 1980. For whatever reason, I thought they were a new organization. So I, appreciate their presence in Evanston. I just want to quickly read through what their criteria is, because I think I'm comfortable with design, and we have to figure out, where in the process it will live. But if they start commenting on, I think I heard a little bit ago, like, does it fit with the culture of the community? That's where I probably say not uncomfortable. I like what I think their current criteria is, so I just wanted to read through it. So the project should address a perceived need in the city and its respective communities. The project should be of appropriate and beneficial use within the project's geographical context. The project should be of appropriate and complementary size, scale, and proportion for the physical context. And they're going out, obviously, off of whatever zoning is in place at that time. The project should reflect current progressive, creative, and sustainable design goals and practices. The project should provide for current and future economic growth. The project should provide good city revenue generation with as low as feasible infrastructure burden to the city. The project should provide for a positive, engaging experience at street and pedestrian level. The project should complement the practices and goals of the complete streets and encourage multimodal transportation use. The project should be a contributor to the City of Evanston's goals to be energy self-sufficient. The project should provide a tangible complement of public benefits, and then some additional design comments, architectural language, materiality, and contextual multifamily, durability, and longevity, miscellaneous. So to me, that's all design focused, not getting into whether it fits with the culture of the community. That I would support. Now, again, where it fits in the process, I think is we need to determine. I like what Design Evanston is doing. I'm not sure why we couldn't formalize that relationship more. What I just read off of was Design Evanston actually contributed to a project, a recent project in the Fifth Ward that we approved. The developer went to them on their own, got a review. He forwarded it to me. I was able to review that. So, I don't know what's not working with that process, but I'm open to it.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, and I won't take long. I heard Design Evanston, and that was one of my major thoughts is utilizing their expertise. I do want to be careful of submitting them and not, having had that discussion with them personally to say we really like to lean on you in these instances. But I think that's a really good beginning. I also want to make sure that our system is simplified, fair, and appropriate. We know that people will have difference of opinion, so I want to make sure that that doesn't become a stumbling block to having things happen in our city. So those are just my 2 comments. Thank you.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 3:20 left.
So again, much of this is already fleshed out in what has been crafted so far in terms of who would serve on it. It's not just architects, but we actually identified every, type of professional background, and some wouldn't even, necessarily be related to design or architecture. So that was really carefully thought out. So I think it is important that everybody has this, but this is about a democratic body. We're focused a lot on the developers, and yes, this would help them, but this is mostly also for the residents. So before, when DAPR used to exist, I think it's PRO now, but it was this idea that DAPR would make a recommendation, it would go to whether it was Land Use Commission or P&D, and almost the public would hear it as if it was a legislative body making a vote when it was staff. And so this is now a legislative body that's public and open. So I want to be careful that we're not talking about, Design Evanston has collaborated on this, and certainly I would imagine that probably members would volunteer to serve on this. But this is about having an open, transparent process around design, mostly for the residents, but it would also facilitate proposals for developers. So I just want to be clear on that. This isn't about handing this off to a private group to then have private meetings with a council member and a developer. This is for our residents to ensure that we move forward with projects that enhance their communities. Thank you.
Okay, I think we don't have consensus, but I think you have a clear direction. There's a lot of interest, there's a lot of questions, people need some more information. I think you know where to go with that.
Yep, thank you.
Now, the last item in the Neighborhoods and Places section.
Yeah, this one isn't really for discussion. It's more an ask of the City Council as you weigh in on your Google Docs. If you could please take a look at the ward descriptions and provide any additional edits that you would like to see. We've gotten feedback around incorporating some ward-specific data. We can absolutely do that. And so if there's any further updates or recommendations that you have, if you could just incorporate those into your Google Doc for your ward, that would be great. So I'm going to turn it over to Megan Jones, who's going to continue the discussion with the group.
Good evening, everyone. I am Megan Jones, Neighborhood and Land Use Planner. So the next chapter, Chapter 6, is Community Systems. This was a chapter that the Land Use Commission voted to add to the plan to basically put all of the discussion of our community-wide systems into one space. I think initially it was kind of scattered throughout that initial draft of the plan. And this chapter deals with, again, our community-wide systems such as infrastructure, so water and sewer, broadband access even, partnerships with our organizations and larger institutions such as Northwestern and our hospitals, as well as our city-owned buildings. So pausing there, I want to talk briefly or shift slightly to our Putting Assets to Work plan that was approved last year. This is kind of where that plan would start to come into play. Especially as we get into the implementation of that plan and we have broader discussions about what to do with our city-owned properties and make decisions on how we move forward with what we do with our various properties, such as Noise Cultural Arts Center and our fire and police stations. So going back to the chapter, we do have about 5 policies that are within that chapter, each of which has a series of actions associated with them. I will go through the policies because it gets a little extensive with the actions. The first one is to create and maintain a system of fully accessible public buildings appropriate to the very task of providing a high level of services to the community. The second one is to collaborate with large and mid-sized institutions such as our school districts, hospitals, nonprofits, and Northwestern to expand programming opportunities. The third one is to encourage space sharing among those entities, especially to foster economic development and placemaking opportunities. The fourth one is to design and maintain emergency response systems with community partners. And the final one is to strengthen, build, and maintain utilities and infrastructure necessities. So since this was a chapter that was added, the ask is pretty broad. Essentially, do you think that these policies fully address what we need to be taking a look at when it comes to our community systems? If you've had a chance to look at both the policies and the actions, if there are any specific things that you think we might need to change the wording on, if there are things that we might need to include or think more about, we're definitely open to that as well. So.
Councilmember Nusma, followed by Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In my review of the draft, I didn't have any particular comment on the 5 policies themselves. They seem reasonable to me. As for the actions underneath each policy, I do have some specific feedback. I think it would be a better use of time for me to deliver that offline through the Google Doc. But just to kind of summarize, under policy number 2, there are 9 specific actions. I think some of those would be nice to have, but wouldn't rise to the level of critical priorities. And then under the 5th one about the utilities and infrastructure necessities, there are a few things that I might want to see added there. Yeah, I'll save the detail for the Google Doc.
Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. I just have a question. We had talked at one point, or I had heard Land Use Commission talk, I think, at one point, about making plans for what do we do. I mean, it's kind of the putting assets to work, but it's a little bit broader than that as well, about what do we see happening if a school comes available, a school closure happens. Is the city interested in acquiring that property? What is the line of thinking about when these sorts of things come up? Do we get involved? Do we let the market take it? And you kind of talked about it a little bit with like police and fire. We have the civic center, we have the recycling center, we have all these assets that we have. And I would like to see a little bit of a general nod to that, putting assets to work in this part, so that we do have an idea about referencing back to we have these properties, what are we doing with them? The other aspect of that might be also, when do we acquire properties? Do we intervene in the free market in order to meet city goals? Do we let the free market kind of ride? There's been a lot of discussion, the recent on Howard Street, the recent laundromat purchase, the other laundromat purchase on Main Street. Kind of what is our policy around those things?
Okay.
And I don't have an answer for that. It's just more of a general thought out there for council.
All right. Oh, Councilmember Burns.
I just want to respond to that last thing. It feels like that's more appropriate in the housing discussion, I think.
I don't think it's all housing related, though.
Okay.
I mean, it's some of the stuff is housing, but some of it might be commercial. Some of it might be open space that we create. We've talked about parks. I think we'll get to maybe a little later. So it's all.
And I meant more of the acquisition, because I don't think we're acquiring any land to build new parks. I think we probably have enough playground. I think there's been some question of whether or not we have enough open green space, but most of the things we've acquired, I feel like, are more for residential purposes, which we'll talk about in housing.
There is discussion during this about wanting to obtain more parkland potentially. So if that's something that's in the plan, then we should talk about when do we do that.
Okay. All right. I didn't know that was in the plan. Interesting. Okay.
Great. Let's keep moving.
All right. So the next chapter, chapter 10, is housing. As evidenced by all of the discussion that we've had this evening, as well as feedback that we've gotten over the course of this process, housing has been a major part of the conversation, and that's for a variety of reasons, dealing specifically with affordability, the types of housing that we might need, combating displacement, and really just making sure that we are addressing the needs of both current and potentially new Evanstonians. So there were some discussions that kind of bubbled up to the surface that dealt with some of the language that was within the original draft plan and other drafts that were developed following that. So in the original draft plan, one item, the following language was included. It was initially allow housing types such as townhomes, small flats, and cottage clusters by right in all neighborhoods, and a range of higher density housing options in centers and along corridors, as well as reduce minimum lot and dwelling sizes, and remove parking minimums to allow more housing units and reduce development costs. So it's dealt a little bit more leaning towards zoning. So these actions were actually changed to the following: encourage a diversity of housing types throughout Evanston, and preserve and increase Evanston's diverse housing choices. So that last item, preserve and increase Evanston's diverse housing choices, garnered a lot of conversation with the Land Use Commission. There was some disagreement among commissioners of including both of those, both preserve and increase the supply. Some with a concern that it might cancel out. And the discussion was really about, I think, the current supply that we have and the variety of housing that we have, wanting to protect what we have. And we've actually heard some of those comments this evening, while also making sure that we are meeting the needs currently and in the future. So as we're looking at that statement, a few of the questions that we have: what exactly does preserve mean in this context? The next one is, what does increased supply mean in that context? And then the final question, which actually speaks to an update that this body received yesterday, is to what extent should the increase in housing supply be guided by the strategic housing plan? So let those few questions marinate, and I'm happy to receive some feedback.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Hedekadis.
Yeah, I guess my first question is what would you say the Land Use Commission meant by preserve? What do you know what their intent was in adding that language?
There were different thoughts on it.
And I guess the prevailing, I'm big on a majority.
Yeah, so
we got to go with the majority in these.
There were definitely comments that were acknowledging that we have a significant variety of housing types already. So there was a concern of if we're pushing for greater supply of housing, that we might end up essentially having some of that existing housing stock demolished for something that's more homogeneous, just more one type of housing versus the variety that we have already. But to the other end of that conversation was, okay, we've got this variety of housing. We still have people that need housing. So we can have this housing that's existing, but we also need to increase the amount of that variety of housing. So that's where I think there was kind of a push and pull in that conversation.
Okay. I think for me, when I think about preservation, I certainly think about the preservation of existing affordable housing. And, we talk a lot about, people that participate who rent out to people who are in the housing choice voucher program, which is a good thing. But I always remind the community, it's illegal to discriminate against source of income. So really every housing provider should be participating in that program. But the reality is that in some cases that's driving up rents too. And so we have members of our community who really, who like to highlight the fact that, I rent out to a lot of housing choice voucher programs. They're getting close to market rate rent, right? For units that are really don't have necessarily the amenities that a market rent unit would have, but because they participate in this program, the tenant is paying 30% of the income. HAC in this case is picking up the rest, but it's and from what I observe, it's actually in some sense leading to other landlords saying, well, if they're getting that for kind of a subpar unit, I want to get involved in that as well, and then they raise their rents either to people who have vouchers or don't have vouchers. And so what I want to preserve are places like Oak Tree Village who are under a HAP contract, what does HAP stand for? Somebody help me out with that. Did I get that right? Housing assistance, no, HAP, Housing Assistance Program. Because those come with affordability restrictions that typically last 15, 30 years. And so the Here to Stay Committee, which I created early in my first term, I gave us really two initiatives. The first one was to really partner with our faith community who quietly hold a lot of land in Evanston, to partner with them to build affordable housing. Our most recent success is, and we actually just closed on the property, is on Brown. This council supported purchasing property on Brown from Tabernacle Baptist Church. It just closed a few days ago. We now can move forward with building affordable condos and apartments on that lot that will go on the land trust. But the second initiative was identifying all the expiring affordability, all the properties in the Fifth Ward at least that have expiring affordability restrictions, and either trying to renegotiate the terms so that they don't flip to market rate, or facilitate a nonprofit acquiring the property whose mission it is to provide affordable housing permanently. And we've been successful at doing that already. There's Brentshore scatter site property in both the 5th and 8th wards. SEPA is literally just closed on purchasing some of their portfolio. So we've already been doing this work behind the scenes. And so I would like the city to really embrace that strategy. And so when I heard from people in the community talking about preservation, that's what I think about is we have the reason why a lot of people are still able to live in this community, especially in the 5th Ward, is because there are units in the community that have restrictions on them, but the ones that are owned by that are privately held, not by nonprofits, they could flip to market rate if we don't figure out a way to preserve them. And these are literally, upwards of hundreds of units in our community. So that's what I would 100% love to preserve.
Councilmember Hedekadis, followed by Kelly, followed by Nusma.
So one thing I liked about the original draft plan was right when it said housing types such as townhomes, small flats, cottage clusters. when we're talking about, there's a bunch of things we're talking about is affordable housing, which is subsidized. We're also talking about missing middle and attainable housing. And this is what is really that missing middle. And I think it's important to have this in the plan. I think one of the reasons why, we get a lot of feedback from our residents, I have not received very much negative feedback about the potential of, townhomes and cottage clusters, because the Ninth Ward, I think, is really diverse housing-wise. I could just think on like my block, there's two flats on my side of the street. Across the street, there's a 3-flat. I don't even think I really processed that until we started to really talk about zoning. I mean, when we bought our home, I didn't care that there was that there. And I think it's really important way for folks to be first-time homeowners, having supplemental income through renting, a 2-flat. I think it's something that one of the reasons why I think the Ninth Ward is great is because it's really socioeconomically diverse and racially diverse. And I think I would like the rest of Evanston to have that opportunity. I think it's, I know it's not a very popular in all circles, but I think it's, if we're trying to solve what I think is a housing crisis, because the feedback I get from a lot of folks is that they are struggling to find housing, whether it's to rent or to buy. And I think we have to be trying to increase the supply. There's not one thing that we can do that will fix it, but we have to be doing all the things. So I think it's important to name increasing the supply. I'd also say reducing parking minimums is really important. One of the reasons why developments are so expensive is because we are paying for parking and those spaces, and that's something that is a community cost. I was just looking online, and if you go to Bookends and Beginning, you can buy Paved Paradise, How Parking Explains the World. I've probably read way more about this than most people have at this point, but it's a really good book. But it shows that good planning shows that, we have arbitrary, parking minimums, and I think that's part of the reason why we're in this housing crisis. So I'd really like that to get removed.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Nusma, Davis, Rogers.
Thank you. So as stated over and over again in the document, we have an amazing diverse supply of housing. So I'm not really clear when we say increase the diversity of housing. There should be a little more specifics about where we want to increase the diversity, how we want to increase it. I agree with Councilmember Burns. I think we have so many wonderful, lovely streets with small, what could be starter homes, single story ranch houses. Once those are upzoned, those will eventually get eaten up by developers, and each unit, if it's multi-units, will sell for more than the house that it took. And right now, we currently do have an amazing diversity of housing stock. How do we protect that? And I don't know, if we could legally, I would love to see some of these R3 zones in the Second Ward and the Fifth Ward downzoned to R2 to protect those small parcels of land and small homes so that we can continue. I'm afraid that eventually Evanston, especially as all this talk about adding density for God knows what reason, but because that's not going to add affordability, we're going to see it just, it's going to become more and more homogenous, and we're going to lose the diversity of housing. And one thing we have to always keep in mind that we're a university town and what that impact is on our housing. And so I think we are having a meeting coming up in a couple of weeks, the NU City Committee, to really discuss the buffer zones and the neighborhoods around Northwestern and what's the best way to accommodate, student needs and student housing as well as neighborhoods. So I think that'll be a really valuable discussion. Hopefully we'll come back with some great recommendations. But that we have to keep in mind. If we're looking into affordability, we can't think that by just increasing upzoning and increasing the density that we're going to get affordable housing. That's not going to happen. We've seen it already in Evanston. That's not leading to more affordable housing. However, I am, as you know, there is the circuit breaker program. I think everybody unanimously in every meeting I went to, everybody wants to support their neighbors, the people living in Evanston, the very residents who live here. They want to help them continue to remain in Evanston. There's nobody who doesn't want to do that. And so I think that should be our top priority, is really addressing displacement. Every month, more people are being displaced from Evanston. And I think that's where we have to double down first and look at how we're going to address that problem. I think there's one more thing. Let's see. So anyway, I'm going to leave it at that for the moment. But, I think, and I know, for example, in the First Ward and near Northwestern, that rents get distorted upward with student housing. Even the sale prices get distorted over $100,000 more when they're being advertised as student housing. So just simply increasing the density is not making it so that areas become more affordable. It does quite the opposite. So I think we have to think critically. And sometimes I get afraid that we just think, supply demand, kind of a Reaganomics approach to this, like let's just deregulate and we'll get some affordable housing. It doesn't work that way. Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma, followed by Davis, Rogers, Isles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So here we are talking about housing in Chapter 10, which is one chapter out of 15, but probably 90% of the drama is associated with this one particular chapter. So I'm glad that somebody in public comment acknowledged that there's a lot more to this comprehensive plan than just housing, but here we are talking about the elephant in the room. And I have to admit, when I read the latest draft of the comprehensive plan, I thought, hey, that's pretty good. I could live with that. And then I realized that's because it was fairly vague and I could read into it what I wanted. There are other people who are reading things into it that aren't necessarily there, or not reading things into it that are actually there. And I think my conclusion is that the current draft is not specific and clear enough about the direction from this council to be able to be useful and informative to the next steps in this discussion for when we get to zoning. So am I reading that correctly? Is that staff is requesting council to weigh in on these big picture questions? So here's the controversy. We're here now. Let's figure it out. And one way or the other, this council will speak as a council, probably not unanimously, but the council will provide that direction to staff, whatever that direction might be. So with that kind of preamble, I am comfortable with the original draft language regarding townhomes, small flats, the first two bullet points there. The reducing minimum lot and dwelling sizes, removing parking minimums. I am comfortable with 2 flats by right, 3 flats probably, and 4 flats in some cases by right. And when I speak in favor of 4 flats, what I envision is not demolishing a house on the 2700 block of Harrison and building a new 4-flat. What I am thinking of very explicitly is an 8,600 square foot house in the 4th Ward, the 1200 block of Ridge, immediately south of the Beth Emmet Synagogue. 8,600 square feet, 11 bedrooms and 7 bathrooms. One person currently lives there. It's on the market right now for $3.2 million. That house is more than 4 times the size of my house. Who is going to fill up 11 bedrooms? We could, if my family of 4 moved in, we could fill up a few of those with Legos and shoes. But I think a much better use of that property would be to subdivide that existing building into 3 or 4 units, which could easily fit in that building. And each one of those would be bigger than my house, which is an average size 2,000 square foot house. That building is currently in R1, and our current policy does not allow it. And so I would like the new zoning code to allow multiple units, 3, 4, maybe even more, to be put in existing buildings, existing envelopes where the building is big enough to allow it. So that's something that is going to come up again when we talk for when we get deeper into the zoning conversation. Several of my colleagues have mentioned the importance of anti-displacement policies in various parts of this conversation tonight. It's been mentioned in public comment as well. I will underscore that necessity with my strong endorsement. We've mentioned anti-displacement in this document, but there's not a lot of meat on that bone. We all acknowledge the importance of anti-displacement policies. But they're not yet in this document. And if we are going to allow more and different types of housing to be built around Evanston, which I am in support of, I want to make sure that the buildings that Councilmember Burns is referring to are somehow protected, because those are going to be the first ones to go unless appropriate protections are put in place. I, at this point, right now at 10:20 on Tuesday night, don't have a plan or suggestions about anti-displacement policy, but I do think that's important, and if that's my time, I'll save more for later.
Councilmember Davis, followed by Rogers Isles.
Yeah, so for what is preserved, well, actually, I want to skip down to the last question, which is to what extent should the strategic housing plan guide the increase in housing supply? So I think that it's clear that the city council is kind of split the same way that the land use commission is. And I think that part of the problem is that we are still trying to prescribe one solution in a consensus document that is meant to be broad, when I do think that this discussion is better fit to be discussed in the context of all the other solutions, but also with the full set of data that we're expecting to be presented with in July or August. So I think if we're sitting here and we still don't know how many units we need, it makes it hard for people to really get on board when we're talking about what types of zoning changes we want to make or foreshadowing those zoning changes. And so what I'll say is that, of course, it's very clear that in my ward, it's very unpopular to plan for upzoning, and it's not very favorable. But I'll say that given either way, it seems pretty clear that this is a discussion that we need to have in depth, and we can't come to a broad consensus, I guess, just kind of pull it out of the air. I'll also note that when I think of preservation, one of the things that concerns me very much so, and I feel like wasn't brought up by the people who show up to our city council meetings, is that we don't support families in Evanston. Our schools are not doing well currently. We have people leaving our school system and, really voting with their feet on that aspect. But when I look through the statistics, we have less 3-bedrooms than the city of Chicago. I get that, we are more urban than Wilmette, but we're not more urban than Chicago. We just aren't prioritizing families. That's just it. The same stat when we talk about the number of people under 18 in homes, we are doing worse than Chicago as well, which means that there are proportionally more families living in Chicago than there are in Evanston. And so what's my point? To really further drive it home, in P&D yesterday, when the Chicago Avenue development came up that, the prior city council voted in favor of, there were 110 units, and they were only studio, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments, even though, it's very clear, common sense will tell you that families need more space than that. And when they came back with their revisions, they added in 3. And so my concern is that we're talking about increasing supply, but we're not talking about making sure that we're increasing supply so that all types of families can live in Evanston. And then what will happen is in 10 or 20 years, which is, already happening to some degree, we'll look around and say, why are there no kids? And there are no kids because we're sitting here, willing to do things without fully developing out a full plan. So we'll build a bunch of places with just, 2 bedrooms, and then no one will want to raise their families here because they want a little bit more space than that. So what I would ask that we preserve, given that we are already, doing worse than Chicago, are those units and homes that have more bedrooms for families. And I'll also emphasize when we talk about renters versus owners in Evanston, if you are trying to find a rental unit in Evanston that has 3 or more bedrooms, very difficult. If you look at the stats in the appendix, there's basically half the availability in comparison to owners in Evanston. So I would like to preserve what very little housing stock we have that is more suitable for families. And I'd like us to really consider leaving this to the strategic housing plan so we don't make mistakes and shoot ourselves in the foot 10 years from now and end up trying to figure out how we're going to get more people who are working age, because we will end up in a situation where we only have people who are retirement age who qualify for the senior exemption and who are not participating in the labor force in the same way, and we'll end up with a whole other set of problems. I'll finish off by saying that I'll remind a lot of people that a lot of Evanstonians that I meet tell me they were raised here and they loved being raised. They loved their childhood and they came back after leaving to raise their families here. And when we no longer have that pipeline, I really question what our population will look like. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Rogers, followed by Isles.
Thank you. First up, I'd like to just pick up on what Councilmember Davis was saying and agree that we really need to get that strategic housing plan in place, I think, so that we know what we're dealing with, so that we know what our housing stock is, so we know what is missing, what we want to move toward, instead of making kind of vague general pronouncements. I believe, and I'll let Ms. Williams, or I see Chair Lindwall in the audience as well. I believe I made the motion to strike this from the original comp plan. And part of the reason for that was that it was prescriptive but not overly prescriptive, and so it listed a few types of things. And number one, it says in all neighborhoods as well. And so my question is, do we really want townhomes in the D1 district, which is a neighborhood? So I think we need to be very prescriptive about that. And the range of higher density housing options on centers and corridors. Currently, Howard Street in some parts is zoned B3, which allows for 85 feet. Do we really want to go higher than that? I don't know that we do. Reducing minimum lot dwelling sizes, removing parking requirements. I'm not in favor of removing parking requirements. If we want to reduce them, that's fine. But I know we've kind of killed the old zoning ordinance, so I don't want to dwell on it a lot. But we had to figure out a solution to what to do for parking, because it's not just a free-for-all. We don't just say we remove all parking requirements and you come to us, and if you say, I want 0 parking requirements, we just say sure. So I think we do need to have some minimum parking requirements. We can reduce them. We can make it a quarter per bedroom. We can make it a 1/10 per bedroom, whatever we want to do. But I think there needs to be some guidance provided for that. Reducing minimum lot size and dwelling sizes. I can be persuaded on that one. I think it's really important, again, when we move into the zoning, that we're applying correct zoning districts to existing built environments. We have a lot of stuff that's zoned R1, R2 that doesn't meet any of the requirements for an R1 or an R2 district. And therefore everything is non-compliant from the get-go. So when we get to that phase, and I realize that's down the road, but I think that's where we need to be focusing in on. I don't want to just say, let's minimize everything. Let's take an approach that says where it's applicable, we can do that, or where it's appropriate, we can do that. But a broad general statement saying that we're just going to reduce minimum lot and dwelling sizes, remove parking requirements, I can't support as is. The language that has been substituted kind of in its place is not really telling me anything, unfortunately. I think that we need to look at it.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
Are you comfortable making a suggested replacement then?
Well, that's kind of where I'm going, I think, here on this next point.
Good news.
So I think the encourage diversity of housing types throughout Evanston, or preserve and increase Evanston's diverse housing choices. I would like to see language there that's more about strengthening the diversity, preserving the affordable housing that we do have, similar to what Councilmember Burns was saying. You know, 5th Ward, 2nd Ward probably are the highest impact, but I think the 8th Ward falls not long after that. And I don't think it's throughout Evanston either. I think it's kind of where it makes sense. And that's going to be the discussion points that we're going to have because, you know, we've heard lots of conversation about, well, we're as dense as Chicago, which is not fully accurate. The neighborhood in which I live is a lot denser than other parts of Evanston. And so when we average out to being 9,800 people per square mile, I'm thinking that probably my neighborhood is more towards the 16, and there's other neighborhoods that are closer to the 5 or 6. So we average out to that number. So that's why I don't think anything can be a 100% across the board, across the city sort of thing. I think we need to be very prescriptive. And that's why when I see language here, I want to see something that kind of guides that by saying, you know, where it makes sense, where it's applicable, where density can be absorbed or makes sense to be put in place, as opposed to just kind of across the board. I don't know if that's specific enough for you, Mr. Mayor.
Nope. Councilmember Isles.
Okay, so you're trying to get a sense of where we're at, and so I'll do that. We are facing a housing crisis in our country and in our community. And council's goal, one of our top goals, is to increase affordable housing. And yet in this document, we over and over use the phrase diversity in housing, which is vague. I find, you know, I appreciate the work of the Land Use Commission. They're volunteers. They've done a lot of heavy lifting here. But these two phrases that they've landed on are vague and probably please neither side. And so I think we should be more specific in asking for what we want. And what I think we need is an increase in the supply of affordable housing at all income levels. And that's a much more specific way of saying it. Diversity in housing is too vague for me. I support duplexes by right. I support anything within the existing envelope of a building. I agree that the strategic housing plan is critical to us making decisions both during the budget season and before we tackle zoning issues. I'm interested in anti-displacement and preserving the affordable housing, the naturally occurring affordable housing that we have, and there is plenty of that in the 3rd Ward. As far as parking minimums go, I think we're already at the point where we can eliminate them downtown. There are plenty of spaces available in the city-owned lots. As far as along corridors like the Chicago corridor in the 3rd Ward, we're at the point where we can reduce them, but I don't think we're at the point yet where we can eliminate them. But that is something that I think we should be working towards in an aspirational document like this.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for the first time. We go back to Councilmember Burns with 1 minute, 5 seconds left.
Yeah, so first part, I talked a lot about preservation. I talk a bit about increase, but I also want to talk about the strategic housing plan. I'm someone that believes that once we do the strategic housing plan, I'm certainly going to advocate that if we have already adopted the comprehensive plan, that we amend it to include what we learned in the strategic housing plan. I think that should be the record of what we find, the data we collect. And so for me, it doesn't really make sense to approve it now. One of my colleagues, I think was concerned on whether or not it would have to go, back through a long process. I think I heard from staff that, it doesn't need to happen, that we could have hearings here, even if we do take some time before we adopt the comprehensive plan, especially the housing component of it. But I really see no rush. I think there's already a referral that's been made to say before we complete zoning, let's complete strategic housing. So what's the rush to complete the comp plan? Because the comp plan is going to inform the zoning anyway. Strategic housing, in my opinion, should be a part of that. So just feels like we really need the strategic housing plan to guide at least the housing section of the comprehensive plan, because there's still questions that we really can't answer. And I guess what I want to make clear, I won't even go into some of my increased stuff, because I really do think that's a better fit for the strategic housing plan, is anything we do around density and increasing and all of that has to be a means to some end. And the end for me is Evanston is no longer going to be this diverse place that we've always talked about for as long as I lived here. And one of the main reasons why people move here, in addition to our public school system, if we don't figure out housing costs, how to dramatically reduce the cost of housing in Evanston. But I don't think we understand what that means, how much of it we need. And so it's hard to really have a conversation about density. I think we're going to have that discussion during the strategic housing planning process. I really think we should wait to finish this portion of the comprehensive plan when we have that, when it's complete. At the very least, I would ask to make an amendment, and I guess that's where I stand on strategic housing plan.
Still no one is requesting to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with a minute and a half left.
So, we don't have any benchmarks. We don't have any metrics as to how much we want. If this feels a little bit like an absurd conversation, I'm sorry for all the residents and the time they've put in. This idea that we want density, but we don't know how much, and we don't even know why, but certainly we're not going to build our way out of the affordability crisis. I mean, all the reams of reports that say we are, they have the industries, the real estate, the banks' fingerprints all over them. Let's give that up. That's not how we're going to get affordability in Evanston. We need permanent affordable housing. We need to invest in land trusts, social housing, all of that. But this idea that we're debating like density and all this is, I'm sorry, but it's frankly absurd, and I think we owe the residents a big apology. This whole thing got off to the wrong foot. We need metrics, we need benchmarks, we need to know how much housing we need. As the adage says, what gets measured will get done. We don't know what we need. And so, so we need a strategic housing plan. We need to know what's really needed before we can proceed to even, put down our aspirations, our hopes for how much we want. And I just want to, there's so much that hasn't been discussed in this. Spacing is a planning technique that should be discussed too. I know Councilmember Newsma, you mentioned like divvying up some of these big houses up in neighborhoods, Fifth Ward also near Northwestern. We could use spacing. I'd like to see, for example, rooming houses and so many per 600 or whatever a block measures, but. These are the kind of things we need to explore. It's not just about increasing density. It's about looking at needs and actually setting some benchmarks and metrics before we can really talk about, what we want. I don't think we really even know, but we're not going to build our way out of affordability. So I think we need to put that to rest. If we want to increase the diverse housing, we always have to ask ourselves why. Why do we want to do that? Is it about affordability? Then show me how that's going to get us to affordable housing. Someone show me how doing, those bullet points is going to get us there. It won't. We've seen plenty of examples.
Your time is up.
Okay. Let me just say, and again, one thing that's entirely missing from this report also is the value of long-term residents to the stability, to the economic and social stability of a city. Let me just make this one point.
Totally off topic.
One moment. No, this is very much related. We need the data in terms of the past 10 years, past 20 years, and now How many residents are here who've been here for 5+ years? That's what really drives those are the people who shop locally. We need to know where those numbers have been, and we need to really, to Councilmember Davis's point, we need to attract families. We need to protect those houses that are starter
keep moving on.
homes. So I
Still,
agree
no
that
one is requesting to speak for the first time. We'll go back to Councilmember Hedekadis with 2 minutes left.
Sure. Councilmember Rogers made a really good point, and something that I've been trying to tell my constituents about is currently roughly half of our homes are non-conforming, right? A lot of what we're trying to do, when I look at reduced minimum lot size and dwelling sizes, I'm almost saying we need to restore it to what historically we've always let people do. I mean, a lot of the issues we're having right now is because, and I'll be super frank about this, the way our zoning code is currently written, it has exacerbated and caused a lot of this housing crisis. When you tell someone you can't buy a piece of land unless you buy a 1,500 square foot lot versus a 1,000 square foot lot, that prices out the people who could at that time afford a 1,000 square foot lot. And this is something that's, evolved over time, and we've gotten this overly complicated, super restrictive zoning code that frankly is classist and has economically segregated a lot of our city. And what I'm trying to do, and I would like to do, is fix that. And so maybe the language we need is to restore to historic zoning. I mean, there are so many cool houses that you could not build right now. I mean, I was looking, with staff, there was a street we were looking at the different zoning and what could happen here or there. And literally the whole street, all those houses would be verboten right now, which is completely absurd. So I just want to throw that out there. I think that's really important to acknowledge that this is a problem that we've created ourselves, not us up here, but the system, right? So this is a rare chance that we have to try to fix it. And unfortunately, we have a housing market that's a market, right? Everyone's trying to make money. And so I think one thing I'd also like to see when we're talking about anti-displacement is...
Your time's also up, so please wrap quickly.
Okay. We should be setting naturally occurring affordable housing zones. I'd like to see deconversion bans, so you can't convert a 2-flat to a single-family home. I'd also want to see in those areas super steep fines or fees for demolition, so that we can preserve some of these houses.
All right, so you're also moving off far afield. So I'm going to call on the last person and remind everybody that really great points, like the ones just made by Councilmember Hedekadis and Kelly, should go in the written documents as we try to keep our conversations here focused on the specific bullets in front of us. Councilmember Davis, this time no one's asked to speak for the first time, so we go to Councilmember Davis, who has 15 seconds left. I know that's a little unreasonable, but please try to be extremely quick, Councilmember.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I agree with Bobby Claire and, Council members Burns, Kelly, and Rogers about the strategic housing plan. And I wanted to say that actually I'd like to make a motion. I really like the language that Sean used about, it was really simple. Our goal is to increase affordable housing. So when we talk about the language of encourage diversity of housing types throughout Evanston, I'd like to make a motion that we just change that to just be increase affordable housing, because that's really the goal here. And that is my motion for that to be the language.
So I said in my email about this meeting, I'm not going to entertain motions. I want this to be a discussion. I don't want
What were you asking Matt? What were you asking Councilmember Rogers to do when you were asking him to propose language then?
Just say the language you had in mind, as you just did.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, I like that language and I agree with Sean. Great. Sorry.
No problem at all. So just to summarize, because there was a lot here, you had first of all, I don't think there's a majority coalition for any specific thing, which is cool, democracy, it's great. There's a strong minority coalition for what it said before the Land Use Commission made a change. I believe there's a strong minority coalition for the Land Use Commission's change, although that's less clear, perhaps even removing a little bit more. What I would ask you to bring to the next time council has a chance to discuss this is three things. Two that we already have, the one that came out of land use and the one before that. And then a third, perhaps influenced by what Councilmember Davis just said, together with Councilmember Isles, influenced by what Councilmember Hedekadis just said, one that perhaps eliminates some of the strategic ambiguity in the Land Use Commission draft, but doesn't go as far in terms of a prescriptive set of ideas as the original draft before the Land Use Commission change. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
That makes sense.
And I want to thank everyone. These are all really, really helpful discussions. And it's time for economic development.
All right.
Councilmember Kelly, is your light on?
Well, I was just going to talk about neighborhood conservation districts. I was going to dovetail on the housing. I think that should also be explored. But
No, so we'll move on to the economic development section.
All right, so this was something that was part of the Environmental Board's recommendations, which were bulk approved by the Land Use Commission. The Preservation Commission's recommendations was also approved in bulk and in whole. There was one item, however, that was taken out of this draft. And so that was detailing pockets of retail areas in every neighborhood. You may be familiar with the 15-minute city. This is where you can access all of your daily needs just by foot within a 15-minute time span. So this is really articulated here. So we're curious if the council would like to consider allowing limited small-scale businesses in neighborhood areas and outside of established business districts.
Council member, everyone. Nusma followed by, it happened so fast, you guys. It happened so fast. We're going to go with Nusma, followed by Hedekadis, followed by Rogers, followed by Burns.
Short answer, yes. I think that can bring a lot of interest and uniqueness, which was mentioned as one of the Evanston things we'd like to preserve. In the fourth ward, or at least now maybe in the second ward, since redistricting, we've got some of this on Florence and Greenleaf. So limited small scale, as long as it makes sense and isn't burdening the nearby residential neighbors. And I really like that idea of neighborhood package drop-off locations. So congrats to whoever came up with that one. I think it's a good idea.
Council member Hedekadis, followed by Rogers Burns.
I say yes, please. Going back to the way we did things historically, and I'm not one to say we should go back to the olden days, but in my neighborhood, Butcher Boy Recording Studio used to be a butcher shop. That's pretty cool. It used to be a candy store and kind of little bodega up until maybe 20 years ago. I think before I was in the neighborhood. So, I think all that stuff is great. So, done on the right scale, I think it'd be really helpful.
Council member Rogers, followed by Burns.
Thank you. This is one of the things I remember us having a discussion about, and part of the discussion came to how do we get the retail things that we want? Everyone thinks about, it'd be cute to have a little corner store where I can go grab some eggs, milk, that sort of stuff. Be great to have candy store, butcher store, whatever it is. But we also see a lot of those over time have become an insurance office or a recording studio that isn't really generating that traffic for the neighborhood. I'm not saying those are bad businesses by any means, but they aren't really achieving the goal of those essential services that people are thinking of. So I think if we look at this, how do we gear it in such a way to get those types of things? And is there an interest from businesses to create that model, that concept for the neighborhood? Yes, we used to have the little B districts at the corners of every, and I won't even use the word major, but kind of every quarter mile or eighth mile or whatever it was. There was the various stores and everything. But the economy has changed so much that if we create those, how do we try to focus in on what we really want them to be? They're saying essential services. Is a recording studio an essential service? Is my insurance office an essential service? So that's just me throwing that out there.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Kelly.
When you say outside of established business districts, does that mean like directly next to it? Like, have we put any thought about what that means and what does that expansion really look like?
That would likely be at the discretion of councils to come.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's important to know that. I will say I think I had a meeting with the downtown brokers and landlords that own and represent property downtown, and one of the things they brought up is they felt like there's been kind of greater competition between businesses and neighborhoods in downtown, that it's actually hurt downtown businesses in a sense, which makes sense. And so I think on one end, I can follow the logic around kind of more walkable communities, which I certainly want. And I think we have that in a certain sense in the Fifth Ward, which we benefit from, and we're trying to grow it. But I think it's important also to acknowledge that feedback that I heard from some of the building owners and brokers downtown that are trying to lease space and are trying to figure out how to attract businesses downtown, how to keep businesses downtown. And the bottom line is they need foot traffic and they need more revenue. So I think no matter what we do, it needs to be a part of an overall kind of strategic economic development vision, which we are starting to discuss on the Economic Development Committee. I'm chair of the committee at this point, and that's the central focus for me during my 6 months kind of term that I have now in the Economic Development Manager for the city. So as long as we reference that it really, all of this should be a part of a kind of larger economic development strategy for the city, where we understand what we're trying to get out of each business district, including our downtown business district, and also how that relates to the needs of the people that live around it. Because to an earlier point, I think we assume sometimes that businesses understand whether or not their business will be successful where they locate. And I think because of the lack of resources, lack of time, people don't necessarily always pick the best places for their businesses. And that goes back to, I think, the city trying to partner with our entrepreneurs to better understand kind of where is most appropriate for them to locate. And what that means is just where might you be more successful in Evanston. And as long as we're having that discussion, I can get on board with this. I would like for us to talk about maybe at our next meeting, again, what that expansion looks like. Are we saying, areas that are directly by existing business districts, or what that means? Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Isles.
Thank you. Do we have a food access analysis map of Evanston? Does that exist? Skokie has a great one. They have like a canopy coverage, everything broken down. I think that would be helpful to see that, and I can share the one that Skokie uses. I think that would be helpful. I know some cities, especially for downtowns, but it could apply to neighborhoods too, have sort of required active uses and a whole list of what's allowed, and then they also have a vacancy management plan, and I think that's something that we could look at. Like for downtown, I know this is for neighborhoods, it would be different and restricted, but again, I think some maps like that could help us make better determinations, but there are things like, anyway, there's a long list, and many cities have these ordinances with the active uses. Management for vacancies can include anything from requiring to maintain a visually engaging temporary display, participating in city-sponsored storefront activation or pop-ups. So I think having vacancy management program as well as required active uses would be helpful.
I do want to highlight that we did, I'm not certain which draft it was, I want to say it was before the April draft, that we did have language that articulated supporting pop-ups. So that might be in the same vein as well. I think we would have to revisit that, but we can follow up.
Yeah, and I think there's numerous for the vacancy management. There's penalties as well as incentives that can be used. But I think also restricting, especially downtown, to active storefront uses is really important. And then the percentage of the ground floor space that must for that. Thank you.
Councilmember Isles, followed by Davis.
So I like a good bodega like anybody else. But I actually got some very strong feedback from residents in my ward on this issue, especially, right across the middle of my ward, if you picture it, where Lincoln School is, sort of to the east and west of it, the 900 blocks of Judson, Hinman, Michigan. It's very dense. There's a lot of old, fairly tall apartment buildings, old courtyard buildings, if you can imagine it. And I got a very clear and strong pushback from the people that live in those neighborhoods that they did not want businesses in those buildings. They were worried about already tight parking, already dense area. They felt like there are well-established business corridors in the third ward that were very walkable. It's why they moved to the neighborhood. So I don't want to stifle debate. It sounds like I'm probably in the minority on this one, but I got a very clear message from third ward residents that was pretty uniform that they did not want that.
Councilmember Davis.
So I will say that I agree with aspects of what Councilmember Rogers and Isles said. So with regards to Isles, I haven't gotten much feedback, but with regards to this issue, but I will say that I think since a lot of people live in close proximity to Central Street, I don't get a lot of complaints about there not being businesses that are walkable in the area. So, but that kind of dovetails into Councilmember Burns's point where I do think that we need a little bit of research into it and to develop it out. I know that the key word in this question is, does the city want to consider? And I'll say that I'm up for considering it. But I do think that it isn't kind of a slam dunk for me just because kind of my first time really thinking, hearing about it and having it expressed. I'll also say that I'm familiar with the various licenses we offer, like the cottage license, where it makes me wonder just how much more we're kind of expecting this to provide and how often we expect it to pop up and to what degree are we kind of picturing. So I think there are questions that kind of need to be answered about that. And that's it. Thank you.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Newsome with 4:20 left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make the point that just because we allow something in the comprehensive plan or by zoning doesn't mean it's automatically going to happen. And so one of the things I would want to make sure we look at as this moves forward, and hopefully it will, is what types of businesses would be allowed by right, which ones would be special use, and we would have the ability to control the development. We can't manifest a bodega. We can't manifest a florist or a vet or whatever. We can't not manifest an insurance business. But we do have the ability to influence and control what is allowable or what would be allowable. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, so I think what you got was a largely positive reaction with some real questions, and I think the questions are around sort of how universal is this, right? Is this going to be nuclear power plants in every residential building? or just like one butcher in the Ninth Ward. And so I think those are the only two options. And so I think clearly your direction is move forward with this, but with some questions about, and maybe those questions are answered in the comprehensive plan, maybe they're answered later, but just bear in mind that there's real questions about how universal, how expansive, how controlled this ought to be so that it's appropriate. And that brings us to getting around.
All right, so we're back to our favorite topic of parking minimums. As we look at this, of course, we had several references citing the effects of existing parking minimums and requirements. And so some of that language is changed to remove and alter that. So you'll see the original, which residential neighborhoods are served by a combination of on-street and off-street parking. This is what it was added. Off-street parking spaces, additional data gathering and trends analysis related to housing units and vehicle ownership in Evanston can help inform discussions about how best to right-size Evanston's parking requirements. We did also want to highlight that we do have a parking study, and so we are curious as to what extent we would like to see these parking minimums considered by the study itself or by the recommended language in the comprehensive plan draft.
It's interesting that Councilmember Reed is no longer here, and so in his honor, now everybody tries to not turn on their light first. It's like the Councilmember Reed Memorial light switching on custom. Councilmember Nusma.
Parking minimums first. I am in support of building housing for people rather than building housing for cars. In discussions with developers around projects that are currently under consideration in Evanston, we talked about parking minimums, and the Chicago Avenue project that was the amendment was approved last night. They're building more parking than is currently required because the market dictates that. And so I think certainly with regards to transit-oriented development, downtown, eliminating parking minimums is certainly something that I would support. I want to acknowledge that further afield, parking is a legitimate concern. For example, Chicago and Dempster, which is very close to the Third Ward. Parking is a real issue there with Evanston Space, which is a great thing that's bringing people to town, something we want to encourage, but there isn't enough parking for that kind of activity in that area. So, by saying I'm in favor of eliminating parking minimums for residential buildings, multifamily buildings, doesn't mean that parking isn't an issue that shouldn't be considered with land use in other areas. So as for continuing to gather data, of course, more data is always good, and we should be kind of refreshing this and other data on a regular basis. But I think enough data exists now to support eliminating parking minimums for transit-oriented developments.
Councilmember Davis, followed by Rogers.
Yeah, so I think that we currently take a hyper-specific approach to parking where we evaluate specific neighborhoods. And I would recommend continuing to do that. So, Councilmember Nusma is okay with getting rid of parking minimums. That would not work in my ward. We talk about Evanston Space, but my ward is still having significant issues dealing with all of the parking from the events from Ryan Field and trying to figure out how that works. And I get tons of complaints about parking constantly, and we still haven't figured it out. But I know the solution for sure for us is not to decrease the amount of parking that we have. If anything, I'm getting requests from people who are in transit buildings, transit-oriented developments that are close to the two stations that I'm near, not that I'm near, that are in my ward, where people want parking, but there's transit-oriented buildings, so they're not supposed to be automatically guaranteed parking, so we're having issues with that. And then also, when we talk about like transit being a, I guess like a beacon, or the CTA stop in the 7th Ward, it stops at the hospital, so it's not really necessarily near any large buildings. There is no space for developments right adjacent to that stop. And then further out, it's mostly single-family homes. So we have a lot of unique problems with parking that I think are completely antithetical to whatever Councilmember Newsom is experiencing. So I would recommend that we still take a specialized approach.
Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. I'm in favor of minimizing whatever we feel that is, but not eliminating, because I have the feeling that when we eliminate it, we're going to put it right back in some other manner. So I would rather just have that expectation listed up front, that there will be an expectation of some parking. If we say no parking, then what happens when we get a development that has literally no parking? And so I think one of the things that we talked about on land use a lot was, as we saw these developments coming in, and Ms. Jones, you probably remember this, we requested several times. Somebody had requested, they were required to have 80 parking places, and they'd requested 40. And we would request, how many of those 40 are they using? And the answer might be 36, or the answer might be 24, or it might be they're full and are renting space from somewhere else. So I think some of this data we kind of already have based on the developments that have been occurring over the past 10, 15 years. So I would say that would be a great thing to pull out and sort of look at, because it's Evanston specific and it's not nationwide trends or anything else.
So I understand you haven't gotten a full consensus, but I think we can average those and give some, there's interest in moving on this topic, but not something blanket and not something, it sounds like there's probably not support for just eliminating parking minimums altogether, even in residential zones. So is that enough for you to come back with something that is, okay, great. And now, preservation.
Okay. So finishing out with our last set of questions for today, the city has a dedicated plan for preservation, Preserve 2040, also in that strategic plan folder if you are not just yet familiar with it. So we are just looking for direction in terms of how much do we care to have our preservation goals outlined in that plan in specifics versus added here in the comprehensive plan.
Councilmember Rogers, followed by Newsma.
I just had to get in the flick from the 8th Ward for you. This is one of the things that we did talk about a little bit.
The full 8th Ward treatment would now be to say, okay, I'll let Councilmember Newsma go first.
Okay. I think when we had this discussion, because we kind of talked about this a little bit, that we don't want to have our plans constantly repeating things that are in other plans. So I think when I asked the question of the chair of preservation at the time, they said probably about 85% of what they were presenting to us was in the Preserve 2040 plan. And I said, well, then let us focus in on that 15% that isn't and make sure that it's encapsulated somewhere in one of our plans. There's no need. We have all these plans out there that when we start changing one of those plans or we change the comp plan, we have to go and make them talk to each other, or else we aren't telling the same story across the board. So let's not reiterate everything, but make reference back to, we have these other plans. Read them as well.
Read them as well.
Councilmember Newsma, followed by Davis.
I think I will agree with my colleague from the 8th Ward. This is a very robust section in the draft, maybe disproportionately so. And if we could trim this by referring to content that exists in another document, that just makes all the sense.
Councilmember Davis.
So I feel that this chapter has heavy conflicts with our goals around affordable housing. And so it sounded like we had consensus earlier that we were going to, really focus on letting the strategic housing plan be more of a guide. And if that ends up being a conversation, like if we're not trying to be too prescriptive in the comprehensive plan, I feel comfortable letting it go until then. But one of my concerns is that there's a real issue with how the Preservation Commission prevents us from being able to have affordable housing. And just kind of the consistency of this idea of us trying to loosen up zoning in some places but not others. And but again, it sounds to me like we are not trying to be solution oriented, instead more problem identifying in this document as it applies to housing. So if that's the case, I'm feeling okay about us going ahead and taking a lot from Preserve 2040 and putting it in this document.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Heracles.
Yeah, I would prefer to leave it as is. And I think, the emphasis being, again, on what I mentioned before, I'd like to discuss in more detail the idea of neighborhood conservation districts to protect some of the neighborhoods that we've spoken about where we have housing that's available for middle and lower income families. So I am fine with this as it is. Thank you.
Okay, that's everybody. We didn't have consensus. We had, among those who spoke, I think there was a majority that preferred not including all of the aspects of the Preserve 2040 plan that are currently reproduced in this. But just because there wasn't unanimity, just want to give a chance. Is there anybody besides Councilmember Kelly who has a problem with that direction? If so, speak up now. Okay, so I think that's your direction. Well, at 11:11, no less, we appear to have done it. So a few comments. Number one, great job. I think this is a really robust series of conversations that both met the request, but also raised a lot of really important issues. So thank you all for your engagement in this. Number two, July 3rd is the deadline for all of us, counting me, to get our feedback in those documents. That will really be the last opportunity to raise new items. So the conversations will continue, but I think if after July 3rd you come to the table with hey, I forgot to mention this, that's going to be enormously problematic for the process, either sort of causing us to change the timeline dramatically or else just not getting incorporated. So I would ask folks to take really seriously not only the deadline of July 1st, but the process of thinking through what you haven't shared yet. What did I say? You know what? We should tell them July 1st. Then they might get done by July 3rd. No, but seriously, not only just the deadline of July 3rd, but think about what you haven't said yet. Think about what you haven't pointed out, and then make what you put in that document as specific as possible, because what we really want is for staff to come back not having had to make guesses that will then be criticized, but instead saying, here's what we were told in a meeting that's on YouTube and in documents that are in explicit text that are all foiable. And yeah, I think that's the feedback that I have. Councilmember Kelly.
Yeah, I feel like this was obviously all directed tonight by what staff wanted us to respond to, and now we're each going to individually be responding on a Google Doc. I know, Matt had suggested that we have a group discussion about our vision statement. I just feel like this is really being compartmentalized in a way that's not really collaborative and helpful. It's really good to hear from others. And now there's so much, obviously, that I think, at least for myself, I know that wasn't discussed tonight because we were following this scripted questions. So Now we're each going to write these out on a Google Doc, and then those docs, I mean, I feel like this is a really awkward, non-collaborative, not very public way of us moving forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This brings us to call of the wards. Councilmember Burns.
Just respond to that. My understanding, and I hope this happens, the collaboration is going to happen at the next meeting. I think the idea is that, I think what can happen, and I've almost certainly have done this myself, especially in the first term, where people, if you're speaking off the cuff, you're more likely to go off the rails, to kind of have circular thoughts. By presenting it, by flushing it all out in a document, it gives staff a heads up on things that directions that we may decide to go in, so they can be prepared to do research, provide the data we're requesting, et cetera. So I see it as it's not going to lack in collaboration, but more it's going to increase how structured the discussion is, which hopefully means we can, similar to tonight, I think we did pretty good job tonight. We can, hopefully be as efficient as we can and get in and out of the discussion before midnight, hopefully. What I wanted to say, because I didn't speak on this earlier, the reason why I did not support 3 minutes is one, I think for the most part, 2 minutes is probably enough, especially if people come prepared, which most everybody did. But I probably would have been more open to it if we did not start the meeting at 7 p.m. And I think there was some conflicts in calendars, which is why that happened. If it was a little earlier, if we started like 4, probably would have been more open to 3 minutes. Also, I've done this in the past, Councilmember Reed and I, when we were discussing the Northwestern Stadium concerts and stadium. Outside of meetings, we held kind of our own public meetings where we just basically listened and made sure we documented all the concerns and questions, and then followed up with people. Happy to do that, both individually through ward meetings, but also I would be more than happy to, if this body was up to it, to schedule a separate time for hearings where we're just listening. I think what I'm not open to is when we have a council meeting, this is not a hearing per se. We have public comment required by OMA. We're here to conduct business, and we're required to allow some amount, right? But it should be an appropriate amount of public comment so that we can still conduct business. Again, hopefully not conducting business at 10, 11 p.m., right? I don't think that's appropriate. So I just wanted y'all to know that, like, open. If you look at my track record, I've always been open to engaging with the public, hearing folks out. In fact, I wrote down, I tried to get the gist of what every public commenter said. I have notes that will inform kind of the things that I discuss at our next meeting. So I love the input, but I think it's important that we kind of organize it in the right way so we can be productive as a council. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. Since it was brought up, I'll just say that I think it's very important to hear from the public in all of these meetings. I've sat through probably about 30 hours of hearing this. I've heard from a lot of the same people. I've learned names along the way. I didn't know names. Now I know who some people are. But I think that this is important for us to hear, and where it's great to have one-on-ones or ward meetings, it's not all of us hearing the same conversation at the same time, and I think that's vitally important. Speaking of which, we will be doing a 3rd Ward, 8th Ward, 9th Ward small group discussion on the comp plan on July 10th at 7 p.m. at the Prieto Center. Last night I announced we didn't have a place. We now have a place that can accommodate us. So I invite people from 3, 8, and 9, or anyone who wants to come and speak or take part in that to join us. Thank you.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
What Councilmember Rogers said.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. We have there's an NU City special meeting on July 15th at 4 o'clock, where we will be discussing the comprehensive plan, Envision Evanston, as it relates to the T1, T2, and U1 areas, and how we can move forward with a plan that's mutually beneficial for the university, for these neighborhoods. This will be a really important discussion that's been very much left out, I feel, in terms of the impact of the university on our city and housing. So please, I encourage everybody to attend and weigh in and comment and provide feedback. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
No report.
Councilmember Isles.
There is the Main Street Fair on the 28th, and so hopefully everybody will come out to that. Office hours are next week, the first Thursday of the month, which is the 3rd, from 7:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. at Brothers K. And I'm looking forward to that joint meeting with fellow council members.
Councilmember Nusbaum.
Hope to see everybody Saturday at the Main Street Fair.
Thank you all for participating, both the community members and the council. Looking forward to continued discussion on this topic, and seeing nothing further before us, the June 24th meeting of the City Council stands adjourned.